Good morning and welcome to the Jefferson County Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, August 1st, 2024. It's 9:30 a.m. We'd like to start off with a quick moment of silence, then we'll move on to the pledge. Thank you. If y'all could all rise, thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You can remain standing for the West Virginia pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of West Virginia, which serves as a constant reminder that mountaineers are always free, which stands as a symbol of majestic justice, force, rich veins of coal, and pride of the people.
All right, approval of minutes for July 11th, 2024.
I have one edit.
Yes, sir.
This would be page, oh, I have it. Page 6, agenda item, also 6, subpart A. That's solemn motion to direct Director Roger Goodwin or legal counsel to review and provide, thank you, and provide recommendations of the ILP ordinance regarding wells and bring the recommendations back to the commission. The motion was seconded by Mr. Maggi. The motion was approved unanimously. Sometimes we add notes. I think it would be nice to add the note that there was discussion that it would then potentially be sent to the planning commission. I think that's important to include in the minutes here. The language that I've drafted here is, the commission would then decide to send to the planning commission for review.
Okay. All right. Are there any other objections?
Pretty plain.
Yeah, I agree. All right, here none. There are no more objections with that one change. They are approved. Approval accounts payable for July 18th, 2024, an amount of $809,348.07. If there are no objections, it's approved. For accounts payable for July 25th, 2024, an amount of $316,126.77. If there are no objections, that is approved. For accounts payable for August 1st, 2024, an amount of $611,352.65. If there are no objections, that's approved. For manual checks, July 19th, 2024, amount of $52,785.68. If there are no objections, that is approved. For manual checks from July 26th, 2024, an amount of $208,819.55. If there are no objections, that is approved. For August 2nd, 2024, an amount of $22,768.39. If there are no objections, that is approved. For payroll, July 19th, 2024, an amount of $460,411.91. If there are no objections, that is approved. For requisitions, for the amount of.
Oh, you have it. Okay. I thought you were going to skip it. All right, good. All right, sorry about that. You were on a roll. Sorry about that.
No worries. For requisitions on August 1st, 2024, an amount of $105,721.44. If there are no objections, that is approved. Do we have any announcements?
Yes, sir. Item number 10 is the probate issue will be removed from the agenda. They're going to move forward with legal counsel instead.
Okay. Mark it off. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on to public comment.
Hold on, if I can, Ms. Benitez, we have people here that I think are here for that reason. Do they stay?
Yeah. If you were here for agenda item number 10, this is the probate issue to remove Howard Lee Moore Jr. and Alan Norton as personal representative co-executives of the estate of Mary Alice Logan, deceased. You do not have to remain here for that agenda item. It has been postponed or dismissed. Correct. It's been postponed. Okay. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yep.
All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I would hate for them to waste all that
Yeah,
time.
sitting here all day and you're like, okay. All right. All right, we're going to move on to public comment. You'll have 3 minutes. If you come up to the microphone, speak it directly in the microphone and state your name and address would be great. First off is Jackie Milliron.
Jacqueline Milliron, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. On the fire department issue purchase, whatever it is, does the county intend to create the same underserved areas for fire protection as it did when procuring the EMS system? The willful creation of discriminately underserved public safety areas and systematic promotion of sprawl is a recipe for disaster, and it is not aligned with any comprehensive plan. Is it the intention of the commission to use this application to leverage a giant fire fee instead of the previously proposed levy referendum? How many developers are eyeing the prize fire station real estate, and who will be just-in-time listing agent? On permits, on July 25th, the public heard the government and the local builder for 50 minutes discuss a master premium plan to place permits for corporate builders on the top of the list to facilitate review process. Hard to believe staff wasn't already facilitating cookie cutter houses in an effective manner. The JCC should recall that they were told during budget session that builders were willing to pay more to be at the top. Were these the same builders chosen to do permit application beta testing on mygovernmentonline.org going on 4 years, surmounting to over $41,000 in services and training? What were the results? How long does beta testing take? And how do regular homeowners get on that special list and avoid being pushed to the bottom of the pile? Meeting minutes accuracy. The April 12, 2021 meeting minutes approved by the JCC for the public hearing on solar text amendments are incorrect, even after a second attempt to correct them 4 months later. The final approved minutes did not have a record that Commissioner Stolliper was present for that meeting but recused himself. Additionally, the phrase "by right" was inserted into the written motion but was never stated. According to the county provided video, this was unauthorized added language referencing principal use permits, which neither the Planning Commission recommended nor the adopted definition of PUPs. Recently, however, the phrase "by right" popped up in the new draft 2045 comprehensive plan. In fact, goal number 1 is to research and review prospective additional commercial uses in all zoning districts by right. The public feedback on this has been resoundingly negative. FOIA. The JCC has had over a month to fill my FOIA on documents and communications related to the Planning Commission subcommittees, maybe by the end of business today. In the interest of complete transparency, should this government not be successful in filling my FOIA, I am happy to share my plans moving forward to acquire the information. We the people are entitled to transparency, not as a trade for authoritarianism. We are entitled to transparency because this is our government. Public servants are not entitled to use public government to orchestrate picking winners and losers of American prosperity and protection. If you want that, let me buy you a suitcase and a one-way ticket to Venezuela.
Thank you. Next is David Tabb.
Dave Tabb, lifelong resident taxpayer, 107 Tabb Lane, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. And your display is wrong again. 1801. It was Virginia. Come on, people. I agree along with Mazda that on these minutes, they're very vague. These are records forever. They need to be properly listed. Commissioners, there's a new announcement. As of yesterday, a nomination by convention for governor was placed on the ballot. Imagine that. With all the stuff for the last 10 months that I've been facing in a local court that does not have jurisdiction, still got it done. Amazing. So you might want to call up Donald Kersey, Secretary of State, and have him rephrase what he told you people, because Mr. Cook is not properly sitting here. Everything has changed. And on the solar, Wild Hill Solar, saying that the pilot program has not been approved. Well, keep in mind, the county commission approved Rockwell and the ambulance authority all behind closed doors. So do you really think that they didn't do the pilot program? Really? I think they did. Parks and Recs, aquatic feasibility study, $30,000. 12 to $18 million projects, $600 to $900,000 payroll and other fees. With a 2 million or $4.5 million proposed revenue stream proposed, who's going to bill it? Who's going to pay for it? And how's it going to be managed? Keep in mind, Jefferson County Ambulance Services is not fully funded yet. That's a requirement. Hilltop House, TIF, 200 pages. Over 200 pages in your agenda. The dates on these things are from 2019 to 2022. Things have changed. How can you accept this to come on the agenda with outdated information? There's 558 pages in the agenda today. I read all of them. I should get 6 minutes instead of 3 because you canceled the other meeting and stacked the information on top of it. That's what you did. It is really hard to be free and to be part of the government.
Thank you, Mr. Tabb. Your time's up.
No, your time's up. But
Sir,
it's really hard to be safe in this county with this bunch sitting
sir,
here.
your time's up.
And you guys are liable. You're liable for all this. Y'all have a nice day. And you really ought to call Mr. Kersey.
Next up is Christy Static.
You're responsible.
Take it off. No. He is. Right here. Yeah. Yep.
Christy Stadig, Harper's Ferry. At the last meeting, I spoke about citizens desiring more information about what is happening in the county and having ease of access to that information as part of being transparent and rebuilding public trust. Meeting minutes are one way to inform the public about what has transpired at our county commission and other meetings. At a bare minimum, the county is required by law to follow the Open Meetings Act, West Virginia Code 6-9A-5, which I'm entering into public record here. But since we use Robert's Rules of Order to govern our meetings, I'm also including those guidelines below as an example of what this reference suggests should be in meeting minutes. These guidelines are put into place so meetings run smoothly, but also so meeting minutes are uniform, clear, and so those who did not attend the meeting can understand what actions took place in each meeting. Minutes are important and need to be accurate, but also need to have key details. Meeting minutes are historical documents too, so they are important for that reason. We greatly appreciate the efforts being made by the county staff and hope we can work together to come up with public documents that work for everyone. The public is urging you to adhere to the Open Meetings Act for all of our meeting minutes. But we are requesting that you consider using Robert's Rules of Order for creation of meeting minutes in order to better inform the public and be transparent. Thank you for your consideration moving forward. I have a cheat sheet here for Robert's Rules. It says Robert's Rules of Order explains that meetings, minutes are a record of what was done at the meeting, not what was said. And at a minimum, meeting minutes should include name and kind of meeting, regular meeting, special meeting, emergency meeting, etc., date, place, and time that the meeting began and ended, names of chair and secretary or their substitute, names of voting members attending who was absent, and whether a quorum was present, names of guests, their title and the subject matter, whether minutes from the previous meeting were approved or corrected. You just corrected it. That would be useful to know that you made a correction. Motions that are made. For motions, you must record the exact wording of the motion, who made the motion, and the result of the vote. Reports, record the name of the report, the name of the member presenting it, and any action taken on the report. If the report was in writing, attach it or tell where it may be found. Other actions, assignments, and deadlines, resolutions, and recommendations can be briefly recorded. You just did that. You said there was an action that needed to be attached. And then the secretary's signature once the minutes have been approved. And I have a section here on what should be left out just for reference sake. And then I'm also attaching the West Virginia Open Meetings Act law here, which shows the bare minimum, which I don't think we're really covering it fully. We're almost there. We're almost there. I think we can do better. I think we can do better. That's all I'm saying. We're doing good, but I think we can do better.
Thank you. Next is John. John, how you say your last name? Ganano. There you go. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the new business item number 17, discussion of possible solution for overcrowding and trash on Bloomery Road. I am on the management team of River and Trail Outfitters, and this is an issue that affects us. And so I have a few thoughts that may be helpful in addressing this. I think the first thing to do is to consider what is it that we want to accomplish. First, if we want less visitors, then perhaps an answer to that would be no parking signs along the road. If we want to keep visitors, there could be arguments for that as well, then we need stronger enforcement of the tires on the road. So people are legally able to park along the road. They're just not allowed to have their tires on the road. And that is the biggest problem for us when people are blocking traffic. I should also say that the situation has improved, in my opinion, over the last month or so. I think there's been stronger enforcement of that, and that's helped a lot. Both options, whether you want to have less visitors or keep the visitors, enforcement is the key. Maybe resources is an issue, but that would be an issue for the commission to address the resources. There's also the same problem at the Bass Rock area off of 340. It's at least as bad or possibly a worse situation because the section of river is more dangerous. There are already no parking signs over there that people are blatantly parking in front of no parking signs, and that's not being enforced either. And then also that road is more dangerous with pedestrians walking. I've personally seen a fight that occurred along that side of the road, and a person fell into the road. Luckily, the traffic was slow at the time, and I believe that there was a death on that road as well. So that's a big problem. So again, it comes down to enforcement. I don't know that that one has been enforced very much. There was a time period a few years ago when there was enforcement of the parking, no parking. So I don't know that the solutions are necessarily terribly complex. I think it comes down to enforcement, resources, and priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Christine Marshall.
Morning.
Good morning.
I just want to make a quick comment. I'm not formally prepared, but seeing that there are two items in the agenda that where they may, the Hilltop House and the YMCA that may or are asking for tax relief at a time when the county's property taxes, individual property taxes are going up. I think that those things should go to a voter referendum. If Hilltop House wants a $30 million TIF, if solar wants millions of dollars in tax relief for solar, or for companies like Rockwool that have already have a pilot agreements, and the YMCA will ask for county funding, that those things should go to voter referendum so that it's fair. I don't believe in tax increment financing and or pilot agreements, especially at a time when the state is cutting funding to county commissions and health departments, where we have to close fire stations or fire epidemiologists. I think we're not putting our priorities properly in order. And I would ask for you to consider putting it to the voters. I also want to lightly touch on the drought and the use of water. I think that Jefferson County needs to do a water study. I have old documents from Richard Lewis, who was Steptoe and Johnson lawyers, discussion with Peter Regenberg from 2019, where they're talking about wastewater at CTUB and what they're accepting as wastewater. And it does note that Rockwool alone asks for 320,000 gallons per day of water. And if you bring in data centers that may also be very water intensive for their cooling, that should be considered in our comprehensive plan, how we're going to protect water. And now we've got a for-profit company that it's, they're designed to monetize and use as much water as possible. I think we need a study. Thank you. Before the comprehensive plan is approved.
Oh, thank you. Next is Colin Stein.
Good morning. Hey, I have a simple question. What is the commission's response to the ongoing drought? I have two suggestions, one short-term, one long-term. Short-term, during the new business section of this meeting, I think the commission should propose a surcharge for users that use more than the median users. The revenue from the surcharge could be used for establishing new water resources or upgrading existing sewage treatment facilities, both of which would be a substantial improvement for the water and the water quality in the county. The long-term solution is to identify and begin purchasing a valley somewhere deeper in West Virginia so that we can build a dam and then build a pipeline to deliver clean water to Jefferson County. So we would have more water so that our industries would have the water they need and so that people would have clean drinking water. Right now, water from the wells in Jefferson County comes up with more fecal coliform contamination. So that's sewage and contamination than houses in Baltimore City or the Baltimore City Water Department. That means that our water supply needs to be cleaned up. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Do we have anybody online?
That was my name. My response to my name.
Resident JC, please self-move.
All right, what's the name again?
Resident JC.
Resident?
Resident JC.
Resident JC.
Jefferson County resident.
Yeah, Jefferson County resident. So if you're online, you want to make a comment, you have your hand raised online, please do.
State their name.
All right, not hearing anything. We will move on then. Thank you. All right, we're going to start off with agenda item number 1, Angie Banks.
Good morning.
Morning.
I have several exonerations. Of course, tax bills went out the middle of July. This first one is in our 2024 personal property book in the city of Charlestown. Taxpayer did not own the 2008 Honda Accord July 1st, 2023. The assessment is $3,150. Tax amount $88.59. The taxpayer is Blake Hefner. Ticket number 305627.
Move to approve ticket number 305627.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one is in our 2024 personal property book, Charlestown District. Barrero Fernandez, he was active military and his place of domicile is in the state of Texas. The assessed value is $23,460. Tax amount $549.26. And the ticket number is 302727.
Move to approve ticket number 302727.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one is in our 2024 personal property book, Charlestown District. Taxpayer did not own the 2019 Nissan Rogue. Assessed value $9,855. Tax amount $230.73. The taxpayer is Anthony Spina. Ticket number 303974.
Move to approve ticket number 303974.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one is in our 2024 personal property book, Charlestown, well, actually the city of Charlestown. Vehicles were erroneously assessed. Applicant had already moved out of Jefferson County before July 1st. Assessed value $35,250. Tax amount $991.38. The applicant is David Fields. Ticket number 305476.
Move to approve ticket number 305476.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one is in our 2024 personal property book, Cabletown District. Taxpayer did not own the 2017 Ford Escape on July 1st, 2023. Assessed value $6,525. Tax amount $152.76. Applicant is Linda Shockey. Ticket number 31126.
Move to approve ticket number 31126.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one is in our 2024 personal property book, Shepherdstown District. Applicant did not own the 2015 Mazda. Assessed value $6,120. Tax amount $141.64. Applicant is Angie Leclerc. Ticket number 31664.
Move to approve ticket number 31664.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one is in our 2024 personal property book, Harper's Ferry District. Taxpayer did not own the 2019 Jeep Wrangler. Assessed value $21,870. Tax amount $512.02. Applicant is Daniel Starkey. Ticket number 308843.
Move to approve ticket number 308843.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one is in our 2024 personal property book, Harper's Ferry District. Taxpayer did not own the 2001 Prowler travel trailer. Assessed value $2,370. Tax amount $55.49. The applicant is Donald Harder. Ticket number 307749.
Move to approve ticket number 307749.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one is in our 2023 personal property book, Harper's Ferry District. Taxpayer did not own the 2001 Prowler travel trailer July 1st of 22. Assessed value $2,370. Tax amount $55.36. Applicant is Donald Harder, ticket number 307392.
Move to approve ticket number 307392.
Second.
Any discussion?
One question, is this the same individual? doing the
Yes,
same
but a
thing?
different tax year.
Okay, thank you.
One was the 23 and the 24.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one is in our 2024 real estate book. Shepherdstown District, the real estate was erroneously assessed in class 3. It should have been class 2. Assessed value $180,100. Tax amount $2,108.25. The applicant is Sarah Glassford.
What was the ticket number?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Ticket number 28534.
I move to approve ticket number 28534.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And this is the same taxpayer for the 2023 real estate book, Shepherdstown District. The property was erroneously assessed in class 3. Assessed value $180,100. Tax amount $2,103.57. The applicant is Sarah Glassford. Ticket number 27997.
Move to approve ticket number 27997.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one's in our 2024 real estate book, Bolivar Corporation. There was a class split on the property because they had a business, and we deactivated the business last year, but we failed to take the class split off. So there should not have been a class split for 2024. The assessed value for the tax for the split class is $179,020. The tax amount is $2,329.05. The applicant is Philip Hill, ticket number 202.
Move to approve ticket number 202.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one is in our 2024 land book, Ranson Corporation. The property should have been in class 2 owner occupied. Assessed value $250,900. Tax amount $3,528.16. The applicant is Laura Good, ticket number 8916.
Move to approve ticket number 8916.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, this is in our 2024 personal property book, Charlestown District. The applicants did not own the 2022 Subaru or the 2024 Subaru Outback. Assessed value $42,852. Tax amount $1,003.25. The applicant is Wanda Nunn and Michael Hughes, ticket number 303169.
Move to approve ticket number 303169.
Second.
And I do want to mention a lot of these that they file the wrong vehicles. We make a new bill for the ones that they did own. But this is to get rid of the incorrect bill or bills.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
In our 2024 personal property book, Charlestown, the city of Charlestown, applicant did not own the 02 Jeep Liberty on July 1st, 2023. Assessed value $672, tax amount $18.90. Ticket number 305167. The applicant is Alexander Bentley Aji.
Move to approve ticket number 305167.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, that is all the exonerations. I want approval for a part-time seasonal hire out of the general fund. The name is Bonnie Lou Crone. She would start Monday, August the 5th, if approved, at $18 an hour. There's no need to change budget. It's in the budget.
$18 an hour flat.
Excuse me?
It's $18.00 per hour, is that right?
Yes, $18.
And could you repeat the name, please?
Bonnie Lou Crone.
I move to approve seasonal hire of Ms. Bonnie Lou Crone, starting Monday, August 5th at $18.00 per hour.
Second. Any discussion?
And just for clarification, this is a temporary appointment. There'll be
Yeah,
no
it's
benefits.
seasonal and
Okay.
part-time.
All right.
Yeah, she's retired, you know,
I just wanted to be clear on the benefits.
and I will not go over my budget for my.
I know that. I know that.
And when does this end?
Excuse me?
And when does this end?
It starts in August, but my part-time people usually come in between now and up to January or February. And then I start bringing them in sometimes before July 1st next year, and sometimes it's after July 1st, all depending on the need in the office. I've had as many as 4 or 5 part-time, and I'm down because some actually left. You know, they retired and they basically retired again. And, but it's good to have the part-time people to come in when we have lots of mail and a lot of data entry, and they do a great job.
Right.
And I usually let them work up to a certain amount of hours. I keep an eye on how many hours they work, so we don't go over the hours as far as benefits or to hurt their, whether it's social security or retirement. We do keep an eye on that, and so does payroll. They do a good job.
Sure. But when you say seasonal, we infer that there's a time limit, like it ends at a certain point.
Yeah, usually February, all the part-time
Okay.
people are on. But I have some part-time people, like I have one, he's retired from the state. He only comes in during the summer months. He comes in July, August, and September at the most, and then he's gone. You know, so my seasonal, it depends on what their job is. For that employee, he picks up commercial new construction and does reviews. So he gets it all done, and then he's finished his job, and he comes back next year if he wants. I always call my part-time people, and I'm like, are you coming back this year? And they are appreciated because they know their jobs.
So are we to understand that if we approve this salary or this wage, that seasonal could be 5 years?
It could be. It
So-
could be. I mean, of course, you know, will I be here in 5 years? You know, I can't really say, but it's up to the person and our office. If the money's there and they've done a good job and there's a need, you know, I was kind of hoping to hire another full-time person, but I put that off. So my part-time people, you know, fill in for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bessie has her hand up. You want to say something, Bessie?
And I apologize for not getting fiscal notes done this week, but Angie does have money for part-time budget. It is coming out of her part-time budget. She does not go over her part-time budgeted hours for these part-time people that assist her with the additional meal.
Yeah, and thank you, I appreciate that. I'm just concerned that, or not concerned, it's just if we're going to see this revisited in a year or 2
No,
years or
if
whatever.
it's the same person coming back, I don't come back to
Okay.
you.
Perfect, thank you.
It's only when I have to get somebody new, different to come in. Yeah, and I have one that she's in college. She's going to be leaving in another week or 2, but she wants to come in like during her breaks, her college breaks. And we always have stuff to do in my office.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move to agenda item number 2, Sheriff Tom Hanson.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I have several items on your agenda. We have to renew our agreement with the school board annually for placement of our prevention resource officer at Jefferson High School. The only thing that's changed since the last contract is the increase of their contribution due to the 5% COLA that was received by the county for full-time employees. I'm seeking approval of the agreement and authorization of the president to sign the contract.
I'll move to approve the agreement between the Commission, Sheriff's Office, and the Board of Education regarding the replacement of a prevention resource officer at Jefferson High School and authorize the president to affix his signature.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Second item, bailiff Mark Renner, who's been a Jefferson County Sheriff's Office employee since 1991, is retiring on the 24th of August. He's a full-time employee. Chief Bailiff Jones has identified a part-time bailiff who would like to transfer to full-time employee. I'm requesting move Julie Myers to this full-time 80-hour position beginning August 26th, which is 2 days after his retirement, at a rate of $17.50 an hour.
Move to approve the transfer of Julie Myers from part-time bailiff to an 80-hour bailiff effective August 26, 2024. You said it was $17.50 an hour.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Lastly, Sheriff annual commission payment is now due. So I'm requesting you authorize payment as indicated by law, the report, and the report, which is $15,000.
Move to approve the payment for the Sheriff's Commission.
Second.
Any discussion?
Do we want to add in the amount on that?
At the commission of
$15,000.
15, which is the top.
Right.
Yep. All right, I'll add that to the motion. Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Commissioner Monchi brought up a good suggestion, maybe the retiring bailiff, if you want to bring it in, we'd like to recognize him the next meeting. Yep. I know Mark's been here a long time. Yes.
33 years.
Wow. If he would want to come here, please, today is the first. Thank you. Absolutely. All right, next we're going to move to agenda item number 3, Nikki Painter.
Thank you, Commissioners. Have a great day.
Thank
You
you.
too.
Good morning, Commissioners. So I have a couple of items before you today. The first one is approval of the extended emergency absentee voting policy. This is a policy that is allowed in code, but it must be approved prior to each election. So we did approve a policy, or you did approve a policy prior to the primary. This is the same policy that was approved then. It essentially allows us, if someone has been hospitalized 3 days prior to the election, they can request our office to come do an emergency absentee ballot in the hospital with them. We send 2 members of our staff of opposite political party to go to the hospital, allow the voter to complete their ballot, put it in a sealed envelope. It's handled just like a provisional ballot would be in a precinct. It's brought back and then considered during canvass. The facilities that we have typically approved have been Jefferson Medical Center, Berkeley Medical Center, the VA, Winchester Medical Center, and the Hospice of Eastern Panhandle. The code does allow, I always feel like I have to tell you, the code does allow for us to even go into someone's home. However, I don't know that I'm comfortable with our staff making staff go into someone's personal home. And if you should choose to add that to the policy, I would like to come up with some kind of guidelines where we would have some sort of escort to go into someone's personal home. So.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or?
I do. You said opposite political party as the voter or opposite of each other?
Opposite of each other.
Okay. And
So
go ahead.
anything that we do in our office that is election related, we always have to have 2 people of our staff or poll workers, whatever the case may be, of opposite political party.
And who's the opposite of the Constitution Party?
Anybody. So
Okay.
they just can't be 2 people of the same party. Maybe I
Okay.
should reword.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Yes. Is there a budget impact?
There is not.
Hearing no further questions, I'll move to approve the extended emergency absentee voting policy as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
The second item is to approve the early voting location. For the last several elections, we have moved it from the courthouse to the courthouse annex of Charles Washington Hall. Even though it is on a second floor, there is access to the elevator. We have had no complaints of using that space. People love that space. It allows for us to process more voters. This primary, we added a separate check-in station. We never had a line or a wait to get in to vote. So I ask that you approve that location for the general election.
All right, any questions for anybody? All right, I'll move to approve the early voting location of Charles Washington Hall.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and then the last item, I did provide you with an election timeline. Those are dates that are pretty important to generalize, pretty important dates for the public and for yourselves. The one that I really want to head on is the August 13th date. We have had people file for the 2 commission seats that the commissioners were removed by court order. It is not yet determined whether those seats will actually be on the general election. In order for them to be on the general election, the appeal process must be complete by August 13th. So my understanding is that the prosecutor's office did file a motion to expedite to try to get an answer before the 13th, because if that appeal process is not done and they have not issued their ruling, those 2 seats will not appear on the 24 election. They will go on the 26 election. So I just kind of wanted you all to be aware of that. I'm not sure. There was a lot of back and forth and whether you all were clear on that. And when people have filed with us, we have explained that process to them to let them know that it may or may not be on the ballot, and we may have to issue refunds for their filing fees. Okay.
Thank you for that.
And then another election update is today is National Poll Worker Recruitment Day. So if you know anybody that would like to work the polls, we are always looking for poll workers. We always have people that cancel right before the election, and it never seems to fail. 10 o'clock the night before the election, I'm looking for people to fill in last second. So if anybody is interested in working, it is a paid position, and the pay is anywhere from $300 to $350, and we do train you. So that's my shameless plug.
Thank you. And just to clarify, it's $300 to $350 depending on the position at the poll. And what's the time? 6 to?
You have to be at the polling place at 5:30 a.m.
Okay.
Until approximately 8 to 8:30 p.m.
Okay. Right.
So it is a long day. But with this general election, it's a presidential, it's going to be busy all day. So.
And Ms. Painter, we do appreciate the hard work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Me sign something. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 4, Lynn Whitmire, League of Women Voters.
I think we're catching up on time.
We are.
This is
Sure.
Don't brag too soon.
We're almost. You just jinxed us, but that's all right.
I wish I had that power.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. We did not coordinate our colorful outfits, but we all included it. I'm Lynn Whitmire, acting president of the League of Women Voters of Jefferson County. And with me today is Rebecca Phipps, who is our voter service chair, who I think has registered more voters in the last year. The numbers are staggering, but anyway. And we have several members of the League of Women Voters of Jefferson County in the audience. On May 20th, members of the league attended the county commission's canvass of the primary election. As you know, the canvass is an extremely important step in the election process. State code requires the county commission, sitting as the board of canvassers, to certify election results. This has been a fairly routine event in past years, but the election process is becoming under more and more scrutiny. And so it becomes elevated to an even more important level. We are here today to commend the county commission and the election staff and the commission staff And the election staff, especially Nikki Painter, who you have already recognized as such an important staff member for our county. Would like to commend everyone for a canvassing process that was extremely well managed. The process took 7.5 hours. Nikki and her staff presented the vote counts for over 30 precincts, summarized the absentee ballot, presented each provisional ballot for action by the commission to accept or reject. And the whole process went seamlessly. And there were a race which could have been changed based on how absentee ballots and provisional ballots were counted. So there was a great deal of attention being paid. And under this spotlight, staff just performed beautifully. What was particularly noteworthy was the process was streamed for public view. I don't think that has ever occurred before, certainly in my time here. And that was.
We can thank Eddie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much. Due to the closeness of that one race, the old courthouse meeting room, which is where the commission sits as the board of canvasser, was packed. County staff put up a screen in the hallway so that people could find seats out there and watch it live. The League of Women Voters of Jefferson County is requesting the November 2024 election canvass also be streamed for public view. Educating voters about the election process is an important goal of the League of Women Voters. And I think there's a lot of information that can be shared with the voters of this county. I don't think many people know about what the Board of Canvassers is. Even in the League of Women Voters, when we recruited volunteers to sit for 7.5 hours, people said, what's the canvas? So this streaming it is a wonderful opportunity to educate people about the integrity of the system and the effort that goes in by staff and their elected officials. Allowing voters to see the process would reinforce Secretary of State Mac Warner's statement that West Virginia is a model for other states regarding election integrity and security. The one comment we would make is conducting the canvass in a larger space like this room would be great, but we understand that with all the ballots and associated equipment from the transporting all that to here would be difficult. But with this screen, perhaps the live streaming could be open in this room so that people could come in and watch the live streaming as it occurs. The only disappointing aspect of the canvass was only 21% of registered voters cast a ballot. We expect that percentage will be slightly higher in November. Again, we offer our congratulations to the election staff, your staff, and you, the county commissioners, for a job well done. And I guess we'd just like to hear if you have any thoughts or responses to whether it would be possible to stream the November election. And we would also request that whatever resources are needed by staff that you provide them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's a phenomenal idea. And I think that Ms. Benitez brought it in for this last cycle was an incredible beta test base, and it worked. So I think that we should continue doing that because we're in a very rural area and it's hard to know what our local, I don't want to say politicians or whatever, but people that are running for office are going to experience and those fans that are behind them are going to see. So thank you for your initiative and the work that you do.
And I would like to say the decision to stream it came fairly close to the actual date.
So I will
And it
say,
was
I
done
think the
beautifully.
evening before, Commissioner Monchi reached out to me and said, this would be important to stream. And so thank you very much for recognizing the work that we did. And for those of the public who don't know, this hasn't been streamed. It's a historic courthouse with velvet cushions and plaster wall, gorgeous, beautiful, but very difficult for modern technology when you don't have cameras or there are issues with dead spots with Wi-Fi. And so many of you know my husband deployed in the Army into Iraq and had to rescue helicopters that had been downed. And so our thing that we say is zip ties and bubble gum. You got to get the helicopter to fly with zip ties and bubble gum. And many of you saw the canvas with, you know, paper boxes stacked up so that the camera would be at the right height. And I think it just demonstrates, helps the public see what great work our staff does through Nikki and her staff, because they are outstanding and the public really doesn't get to see the hard work that goes into that. If you are game, we can definitely stream it again. Now that we know what's required, I think that it will be an even better setup than zip ties and bubble gum that we pulled together before.
Yeah, right. You did a beaut.
I guess the question I have, and I'm glad Nikki's still here, we don't have technology in that room and we've made it work. Would it be easier to bring the boxes here, or what's the challenge? I know we always did the canvassing down in the old courthouse.
We have, and the reason that we have done the canvassing in the commission meeting room is the security of the ballots. So if we had it here, we would have to have staff on hand to move all of the equipment here. And then once canvassing, even if you don't get done that day, it will still have to be moved back to the courtroom. And then if you have another day, it goes into another day, which, you know, presidentials can potentially be several days for a canvass. Then it would have to be moved back that next day and continue to be moved back and forth. And then you have the question of everything's being moved back. So for security reasons, that's why we have it.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
And I
Thank you.
think that goes along the lines of the trust and transparency, trying to restore trust and transparency in our county. I think that's a great initiative. I think we should always continue for these initiatives. And kudos for using Army helicopter in your state.
We streamed this last election, and I don't have, certainly wouldn't have a problem doing it again this time. So I'll go ahead and do a motion that the Board of Canvas is live streamed for the public.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
One discussion, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
One discussion point is, should we consider using this as a location and add that to the motion, meaning that allows our staff time to set this area up and to figure out the security
Right after
protocols?
right after the election or before the election, we have to vote on the location, correct? Yeah, so we have to, Nikki has to come before us, and we have to vote on it, on a time and date and location of the canvassing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The date is already set. That's in your timeline.
Yeah.
Okay.
The date is set in codes, but the time and location, you all will decide prior to the.
And if staff at the staff at the clerk's office feels that this office, working with Eddie, you want to bring it here to the technology, or we take the technology down there, either way.
Yeah.
I'm sure you let us know what your recommendations are.
And if anything can be done for security for the ballots, if they could remain here. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. That's a big issue, hauling that stuff back and forth, but they've got to be secure overnight.
Exactly.
Yeah, no doubt.
I might be getting ahead of this issue, but when it does come up for a vote, I'll be voting in favor of keeping it there. I think moving the ballots around is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Even if you're filming it, that's just the way I feel about it. But that's not what we're voting on today. For today, just 2 words for our county administrator Benitez, for our county clerk, Ms. Shadle, for Ms. Painter. Very impressive.
Yep, well done.
And thank you, Commissioner, for making the action possible.
Absolutely. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
That's
Thank
the
you
loudest
so
ayes that
much.
we've had today.
All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 5. After this agenda item, we'll take a short 2-minute break. We'll be back, but we're going to go ahead and go to agenda item number 5, Roger Goodwin.
I have 3 bond releases and a issue related to impact fees. The first one is a request for a partial release of $3,203,003 from the construction bond for DR Horton, Inc., the Toll House Woods subdivision. Planning Commission file number 0421 SD. This project's located on the east side of Carneysville Pike, Route 480, at its intersection with Morgan Grove Road. The work remaining includes, but it's not limited to, the following: grading, paving, stormwater management, final stabilization, and conveyance of right-of-way and common areas to the HOA.
I move to approve the partial release of the performance bond for the amount of $203,003, file number 04-21-SD.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
The next one is a request for a partial release of $258,229 in construction bond for Shub Hagini LLC, Burr Business Park, Lot 37, Planning Commission file number 22-4-SP. This project's located at 464 James Burr Boulevard, Carneysville. The work remaining includes, but is not limited to, grading, paving, stormwater management, landscaping, and final stabilization.
Move to authorize partial release of a performance bond in the amount of $258,229,000, file number 22-4-SP.
Point of order. I think you might have misspoke. If you could just repeat the number,
The file number,
the number, the dollar amount.
258,229.
Yeah, you said 1,000 twice.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. This print is small on this, on my computer. Sorry, 258,229. Thank you. 1,000. All right, all in favor? Second?
Second.
Second, okay. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next one is a request for a complete release of the remaining $570,260 from the construction bond for Howard Shockey and Sons Incorporated, the T-Mall North America LLC project, Planning Commission file number 21-7-SP. This project's located at 395 Steely Way, Carneysville. Work appears to be 100% complete.
Move to authorize the complete release of the performance bond for $570,260, file number 21-7-SP.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
I'd like to go ahead and have Will give you the letters that need signed.
Sure, absolutely. We'll take care of that now. You good? Look into that.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's all right. Which one? Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
This request approval is to amend Parks and Recreation impact fees for the FY 2025 capital improvement plan. It's amendment number 1. The CIP amendment regards the addition of Sam Michaels Park Community Center expansion, architectural engineer design request for Parks and Recreation Commission in the amount of $100,000. The Parks and Recreation Commission has either deleted or moved funding projects previously approved for FY 2025 CIP to pay for this request. Deletion of FY 2025 CIP Sam Michaels Park Playground project in the amount of $70,000. Moving the South Jefferson Park Master Plan in the amount of $75,000 to FY 2026 CIP, thereby decreasing the original 2025 CIP amount by $145,000 and adding back in Sam Michaels Park Community Center Design Project at $100,000. The $100,000 funding request is available in the impact fees, park improvement, facilities, buildings, and study capital category. The revised FY 2025 CIP tables 2 and 3 are attached. The Office of Impact Fees recommends the approval of the requested amendment.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes.
Yes, go right ahead.
Could you review the budget impact, the CIP dollar impact of this proposal, please?
This is impact fee funds. It's not, doesn't impact the county commission's general budget. And we manage the funds for every entity. It gets broken down into different capital line items like land, buildings, equipment, et cetera, depending on the entity. And we know how much money is in each one of those line items. And I think Michelle stated that the funding is there in that capital category, and that overall, they've removed $145,000 from the current CIP and then added back in this $100,000 request. So it's actually a reduction in the CIP amount that we're currently under, and they have the funding and impact fees to pay for it.
Thank you.
It sounds like this is just a readjustment of priorities.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, I'll move to approve the Parks and Rec FY 2025 capital improvement plan as presented.
I'll second and just add to the motion that it is Parks and Recs Amendment number 1.
Yes, ma'am, I'll add that too. Sorry, skip that part. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, we're going to take a 3-minute break. We'll be right back. If you don't mind, we'll go ahead and continue on our meeting. Every time I say this, it jinxes, but so far we're on time, on schedule today.
When I say it,
Yeah, when you say it, yeah, knock on wood. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 6. This is Mike Stein, Director of Emergency Services.
And with that, Mike has a family emergency, so we have called in the recruits.
All right,
And we have Josh Smith online. He's self-muted. So Josh, if you want to unmute, you are welcome to start.
Okay, good morning, Commission. On behalf of Chief Stein, apologies for the last minute situation, but we're going to get this taken care of. In case I shall lose service, I'm up in the mountains. I've asked Lieutenant Napier from JCSA to attend as well in person to maybe pick up and answer any questions if I shall lose you. The request for the FDID was already approved and done last July within the MOU, signed by all 7 fire departments and the county commission at that time, to allow the JCSA to move forward if they so desire to work with in conjunction with a volunteer fire department to do so. We have worked in conjunction with Friendship Fire Company Station Number 1 in Harpers Ferry for a small run area, which is a requirement to get an FDID through the State Fire Commission. The FDID has caused, I know, some controversial rumor mill yesterday, which is nothing more than a fire department identification number. It does not impact, cause any new fees, taxes. It doesn't cost the taxpayer a thing. It doesn't take any money or funding away from the volunteers in any sorts of way. So there is nothing shortcoming of that can negatively impact the volunteers within Jefferson County whatsoever. It actually does a lot more for all the volunteers as they continue to request for more manpower. As volunteer numbers drop and throughout the county and become a lot lower. Every year the ESA is approached by every chief requesting more manpower for staffing. With that, we also know the struggle of the county commission budget of trying to get in with the high numbers of staffing that are required. So through the AFG FEMA grants, this would also make us eligible for a grant through FEMA for adequate staffing, which would be a grant that is started out over a 5-year teardrop type of scale where it would be funded fully, I believe, for the first 1.5 to 2 years. And the county commission has that time to build that into a budget moving forward to uphold the remaining portion of that and take it over and include that as part of JCSA's budget 3 to 5 years down the road. This will greatly enhance the response on both sides. While we still cover ambulance and fire within Jefferson County, there are very often times we are giving up one to take care of the other, which is unfair to the residents of Jefferson County. I believe that when you call for a ambulance because you're trapped in a car, you should get the ambulance and the proper rescue truck at the same time. Forcing sometimes during the workday, it forces staff to have to make a choice. And that choice also filters down the chain as more calls are coming in across the county. We're steadily struggling to cover the call volume at times. The volunteers have been doing great. They are doing their best to keep up with things. Some departments are a lot lower on numbers than others. But in conjunction of continuing this dual role combination of volunteer and career, this would help the impact of our agency, our county moving forward as a whole for fire and EMS. So today we are requesting a letter of support from the county commission to be signed, agreeing that they would support to this FDID be allowed to be recognized by the state of West Virginia Fire Commission.
Thank you, Josh. And we have some new commissioners. Obviously, I know you would. I know you're obviously an employee of JCSA, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're still chief in Bakerton. Is that correct? President?
That's correct. I'm senior technician of the Jefferson County Emergency Services Agency, appointed to the committee to work on this through Chief Stein, and still currently a volunteer chief at Bakerton Volunteer Fire Department.
Okay, good deal.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
Can you repeat your credentials, your titles again, sir?
Technician with Jefferson County ESA, committee member, and chief of Bakerton Volunteer Fire Department.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just as Josh mentioned, there was some buzz about this week once the agenda came out. And of course, I saw some comments on what I refer to as the UNN, it's the Unreliable News Network, and on social media. And I just want to, stomp down some of those myths that Jefferson County Commission doesn't have any plans to open up a fire station. The volunteers do a very good job at that, and this is a way that we to support them and offer them staffing. And in order to apply for the SAFER grant, we need this FDID number, as Josh Smith said, just for us to apply. Now, that just lets us go to the next step. So, and then we move from there. But I just want to kind of stomp down some of these rumors that we have no intentions to run a fire company and have a fire company. This is a way just to supplement the volunteer companies.
Commissioner, President, if I could butt in there as well, I agree and do want to reiterate that you are correct. This does not mean that the Jefferson County Commission are building fire stations, taking over services, anything as such. We are actually trying to expand the current services that we offer, which is staffing in the volunteer fire stations. The goal within the 5 to 6 year plan would be to adequately staff all the fire stations back to like they used to be, but with the adequate number of people. And doing that is a large number on money. And it's going to take a little bit of time to get there. It's going to take assistance through grants and such like that to get there. This would certify us as a fire department in the state of West Virginia to also be allowed to move forward when we're doing hiring, to eventually start an academy to be able to hire folks off the street. Because we struggle as well as the volunteers struggle to keep people. We struggle to find certified people that we can hire that already has the required training. So this is a very huge step for the ESA and the combination system in general.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and move to approve the letter of support for the Jefferson County Emergency Services Administration Fire Department application as presented.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I do have some questions, and I was
Sure.
hoping to get that before.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. The motion's out. That's great. This SAFER grant that you says that has a 2-year tiered, how much is this grant and how much would the obligation to the county be after the SAFER grant has been exhausted?
I would not be able to answer that question directly at the moment. It depends on the amount of staffing that is requested through the grant and the grant guidelines for each year. FEMA changes their guidelines every 2 to 3, depending. But it's also something that I just would not have a number on to give you today, sir.
Typically, it was explained to me a while ago. A while ago, like a year ago when we first started discussing it. Basically, the first year is paid 100% or a large percentage.
Right.
Then the second year might be, and I'm just going to use general numbers, it's not fact, but maybe the second year the FEMA grant will pay 75. Third year they'll pay 50% of the salaries, and it kind of weans us off to allow us to work them into our budget. Berkeley County has used the FEMA grant to do exactly what we're starting to do here to try to get paid fire into the volunteer system and or paid personnel, excuse me. And they've done the exact same thing and used the FEMA grant that's how they get started. It's kind of a step up for.
Great, thank you. Is there a restriction on time? So can we apply for it next year?
February is the time, I think January, February, if I'm correct. Sorry, is that correct, Josh? I'm sorry, I should probably ask Josh.
The grant process should open between February and March, and it normally doesn't close until, and awards don't come out until late October. Sometimes first of the year, depending how much money is still left or has been depleted from the FEMA account.
Okay. And I know we're going to get an update later from Ms. Benitez on the RFP for our Fire Rescue Association survey. Have there been a discussion about how this is integrated into the volunteer fire department in discussion of the survey that we are doing?
If that question is related to me, I'm not informed of the survey. I wouldn't be able to speak on that.
So this may be putting the cart before the horse, because this is saying how this grant that we haven't applied for would impact our future services.
Right.
So I'm just looking at the dates right now. So the SAFER grant, you can find it on FEMA's website, application due dates, at least for this last year, where March 11th, the application period opened. The April 12th is when it closed. And then the selection dates were July of that same year at the end, like yesterday, is when they were doing their selections.
So it sounds like an annual revolving grant that opens up every year at this time.
It
So-
does, and as I'm scrolling through just for the notice of funding opportunity, it's about 80 pages, and so that will change every year. So,
Okay.
but the basic concept is that in the first year, all of the costs are covered. So
Right.
that then in the future, you can step down.
So I'm a little hesitant until that survey comes back to do something like this, only because we said no, or we tabled the levy for the fire department until we could do a proper analysis of the area and what services are needed and required. And to obligate the commission into another tiered funding may be a little bit difficult right now, premature right now. What I'm going to request is that.
I'd like to throw in there though, while you're mentioning that, the letter of support for FDID is totally separate than applying for the grant. While it is a requirement for the grant, we still, even if that was your case, we would still have plenty of time to set aside and work on a grant. But having the support of the FDID is the most important, because without it, you wouldn't be able to write a grant for anything whatsoever.
Right, I think that our surveyor, that what we're asking for is to see what the best strategy is for fire and rescue coverage in the county anyway. So I think that would encompass this. And I don't know if we could make, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, moving forward, looking at anything as far as a comparison or a survey for volunteers or the career side, combination thereof, the FDID itself would just put us into a place to be eligible for those things as they come about. Because if not, we would restart the entire process all over. And that is, it is some time, time consuming. There were meetings, letters, there were run areas that had to be discussed with the volunteer, Harper's Ferry, who had given us a run area. And all of those requirements have been put into place and covered. And this was just kind of our last step.
How long does it take to get the FDID?
Well, we're actually several of us are at the State Fire Commission meeting today to turn in our requirements for that FDID. They approved it to move forward for tomorrow for final approval based upon the support of the Jefferson County Commission letter. And that would allow us to be able to come back and start working in conjunction with the commission on the surveys, what is best, what the fire and rescue system looks like the next 2 to 3 years, your manpower situation, and the budget.
Does your MOU expire?
It does not.
So you can do this in the next cycle?
No, you would have to keep reapplying for the grant, or I'm sorry, not a grant, for the FDID through the state. So what we're asking for is kind of separate. We're looking for the support of becoming a recognized fire and EMS department within Jefferson County, within the state of West Virginia.
I think I understand that. And I think Ms. Benitez said it best about cart before the horse. We don't even know what the full fire rescue plan looks like yet. We're going to do a survey. And so I'm just asking that we table this until we can get that survey completed. So that way we can be able to make an informed decision on 360 aspects of fire and rescue in the county.
Well, we have a motion on the floor already to approve the FDID number. Yeah.
The motion to table.
Ma'am, you're out of order. Sorry. Thank you. You're out of order. Thank you. But there is a motion on the floor, and we'll have to vote on that motion first. If it fails, then we can take up another motion. I hear what you're saying, and all this does is allow us to apply for a number. This doesn't allow us to necessarily apply for the grant. So just getting the number, I don't see any harm or no foul to go ahead and receive the number. And then at least whether we can have that, whether they use it or not for the grant, or we don't move forward with the grant. That's another another step. And I don't see any harm to go ahead and get the number, and while we're waiting on the study to come back. So that's just my 2 cents.
Excuse me. Dr. Cook, did you make a motion to table, or
It kind of came out as part of the discussion, but I don't know if you really made it as a motion.
If-
So I just want to be clear where we are.
Yeah, so to that point, I don't think I can make a motion until this one gets settled. So if this one is turned, no, can I?
You can make a motion to table
Okay,
the item on,
all right.
that's been laid on the table.
Then I make a motion to table this until the research is complete.
All right, we have a motion to table with a second until the research is complete. Is there any discussion?
And just for clarity, for us all to be on the same page, is that the research you're referring to is the study that's being proposed that's in our book today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yeah, I'll make a comment. We have a couple of commissioners who just joined recently. I moved it earlier, I forgot to move it back. Yeah, great idea. We have a couple of commissioners who just joined, and when they joined, there was a discussion about a levy, and there was the upshot of that discussion is we have a study. I supported that because I thought the new commissioners deserve to hear more about this issue and study up on it. You know, some of us have been here for 18 years and know this issue inside and out. Others, less than 18 weeks. So I think, I don't know if the word is solidarity, maybe support for the commissioners who are seeking more information on a complex issue. I think we ought to get that information if that's something they're asking for. So that's why I've seconded the motion.
All right, I'll go ahead and call for that question. All in favor of tabling this until after the report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Nay.
All right, motion passes 3-2. All right, thank you.
Or my understanding that the commission has voted to hold off on supporting the plus.
Yes, sir. The commission voted to table it. Yes, sir. Vote 3-2.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're going to move on to agenda item number 7, Jennifer Myers.
Good morning. Clearly, I'm not Jennifer Myers. Jennifer's at the beach enjoying vacation with her family. And I stepped in for her this morning to have George Dinas, who is with Hunsaker Councilman.
Help me out. Who are you then?
My name is David Kling. I'm sorry. I'm the Deputy Director for Jefferson County Parks and Rec. And just to give you a little bit of background on what we're bringing forward to you today is the aquatics feasibility study final report. For years, citizens in the county have been asking why are there no pools in the county? Where are the aquatics facilities? So we set out to do this aquatics feasibility study with the support of funds from Senator Rucker's office, funds from the county commission to have this study done about 2 years ago. And we hired George Dinas from Hunsaker Councilman firm to do this study for us. And we have the final report to present to you today. You know, we held several public meetings, got input from stakeholders to gather information about this study to see where we're at today. So I believe he is joining us virtually. If he is with us, I will turn it over to George.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the time to meet with you all. It's been great to work with Jennifer and David and their team on the aquatic facility feasibility study. And a couple of things. Is there a way for me to, can I be enabled to share my screen? Is that possible? I don't see a screen share button on my control. Oh, there we go. Perfect. It should pop up. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, just had a couple of quick slides I'd like to go through. So our firm, we specialize in aquatic facility feasibility studies and in aquatic facility design as well. And so we looked at a needs analysis where we not only did some demographic research, but as David mentioned, we met with various stakeholders. We conducted an online community survey. We had a couple of rounds of community meetings throughout the process. And from there, we developed some different concepts as well as all the associated capital and operational costs. And so this is a picture from one of the community meetings where we had some boards where people could bring comments and just ask questions about the study, tell us their preferences for indoor, outdoor aquatics, whether that's competition or recreation. We had a lot of conversations about, just having the county be available to offer wellness and therapy programs, making sure that the facility would be accessible and inclusive. One person brought up, if my kids grew up in Jefferson County, they wouldn't have learned how to swim because there was no place to teach swimming lessons. And I think one of the other things that really resonated is that there is an indoor pool at Shepherd University, but it is at capacity all the time between the university community, between the high school swim teams and other user groups. It is just jam-packed throughout the time. And so we heard a good mix of both indoor and outdoor aquatics. Several people mentioned the need for year-round swimming, but also want to make sure that, the various partners could be included. And so the facility can be used by a variety of user groups within the Jefferson County community. And as I mentioned, we did have a online survey where we asked people preferences for either indoor, outdoor, and then recreation or competition. Had really good response, over 2,000 total contributions. The majority of the people felt some type of outdoor recreational seasonal pool was what they envisioned, but then we also had, close to 60% say that they would like to see some type of indoor aquatics as well. And so from all of the different survey responses and the community meetings, we heard, as I mentioned, indoor lap lanes, indoor programmable space. We heard amenities for the aging population, like an area inside for water fitness classes. But then we also heard, something that caters to all of the young families within Jefferson County. And so that led us to really develop 3 separate concepts that looked at either an indoor or an outdoor, or even possibly a combination facility as well. So one of the other things that we did here is just people are obviously going to the pool in Charlestown that's in its own process to get renovated, and in the Shepherd University pool. But we found people, that were driving upwards of 30 minutes to 60 minutes away for either indoor or outdoor aquatics. And so one of the, key comment categories that really resonated was something that is local to Jefferson County, so that people don't have to leave the county or even the state to go and partake in aquatic activities. And so we did look at several different sites, just trying to figure out, what would be the best location. It did seem that Sam Michaels Park was the one that really resonated the best, and make some type of connection to the existing community center that you all have there. And so the concepts that we're showing placed adjacent to the community center, mainly for size and scale purposes at this point. So these are, just schematic conceptual layouts. But the first option was both a combination indoor and outdoor aquatics. And so it had an 8-lane, 25-yard pool that you see right here. We need some new support spaces, like a connection to the existing building. We'd need some aquatic locker rooms, as well as some office space and pool mechanical. And then this one also has an outdoor splash park. And so that is something that has been master planned within Sam Michaels Park. And so this would be a good opportunity to connect those 2 aquatic elements together. And so here's some representative images of what the indoor lap pool could look like, but then also, what that outdoor splash park could look like as well. The second option, since we did have a lot of feedback regarding just the lack of indoor pool space within Jefferson County, we showed a 2-option facility. And so what this really gives the county the ability to do is to have year-round aquatic programming, but also to have 2 different water temperatures. And so one of the key things we find within aquatics is that you want cooler water for the competitive swimmers, but then warmer water for swimming lessons and older adults. And so this option would allow you to do that with either a 6 or an 8 lane, 25-yard lap and competition pool, but then also having warmer recreational water as well. And so you could host swim practice, you could do water fitness classes, you could do indoor recreational swim, but then most importantly, you could also do swimming lessons with that option. We also had one that had a expanded leisure portion, and so this one had a little children's play area. It even had a water walking channel for both fitness and recreation. And so here's a couple of representative images of what that could look like as well. And so that was essentially a base indoor aquatics with 2 pools, and then an expanded indoor aquatics with 2 pools. And then finally, we looked at an all outdoor facility. And this is obviously a little bit larger based upon just outdoor recreation and the amenities that we heard from the community that they would want, some type of children's pool like you see right here, a multifaceted recreational pool that has water slide tower. It has a 0 beach entry right here. It has a floatable crossing activity. And then also an activity pool that has some deep water amenities with maybe a climbing wall and a water slide, but then also some shallow water activities like water volleyball and water basketball. And so here's a couple of images. And again, this pool could host swimming lessons during the summertime. We also explored an option that had a lap pool so that we could have a summer swim team or a summer swim meet at that facility as well. And so when we looked at the summary of options, we looked at that indoor outdoor that had the lap pool with the splash park. We looked at the 2 different variations for the all indoor pool, and then we looked at the all outdoor option. And so the cost range was in between 8.9 million for the outdoor, and then upwards of $17 million for the project cost for the indoor. And so one of the things that we look at, the construction cost listed is the cost that a general contractor would bid to build a facility, while the project cost includes contingency dollars. We have an escalation allowance in there since we know we're not building anything today, and then also all the design fees, permitting, surveys, and other associated project fees. And so you can see the ranges there on both construction and project cost for each of the options. And then we also did an operational analysis where we looked at all the expenses like personnel, utilities, repair and maintenance, and then revenue categories such as admissions, memberships, and aquatic programs, facility rentals. And so the outdoor recovers the majority of, comparatively speaking, it recovers the most on its expenses. And then the 2 indoor facilities have right around that 50% cost recovery, which when we look at industry averages, it came out to about what we see within the industry for indoor aquatics. So that is a quick look at what we've been working with Jennifer and David on here over the past several months. And so would love to welcome any questions that you may have about our process or our findings at this time.
So you want to have questions? I'd like to just thank you. That was a very comprehensive report. Something we've been looking forward to receiving back, and so we can study this. It was you did a great job. I just want to say that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. And yeah, as questions arise, as you all continue to have conversations, we're here to help. And any questions that come up, please let us know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just also say thank you. It's a lot of information and it's a lot to process and look at the price tags and think of how we can go forward. So thank you.
Sure
And
thing.
as a hobbyist triathlete, I appreciate having alternative places to swim.
Yes.
All right. Anybody else?
Sure, let's talk a little bit about dollars and cents. Looks like there's an outline on pages 21, 22, and 23 of what the capital costs would be. And then there's another outline with some assumptions on revenue that describes operating budget. Could you summarize that for us?
Sure thing. So the primary categories for the indoor option for revenue is going to be, daily admissions and memberships, as well as programs and facility rentals. And so we utilize, population density, age distribution, and look at other area providers to help determine, what that annual number of visitors would look like to the facility. And then we look at, various levels of, daily admission versus monthly versus annual memberships to help determine what that overall revenue would look like. And then you can see the difference between, the revenue budget of 310 for the indoor outdoor versus the revenue of 393. That's really what that secondary pool will provide. While it has, similar lane capacity, it definitely has an enhanced ability for indoor recreation, water fitness and programming. You can multi-purpose two pools better than you can multi-purpose a single pool. And then on the outdoor side, it's really going to be, just daily visits and season passes for that Memorial Day to Labor Day season. And we also find that outdoor aquatics, because the length of stay is a little bit longer, that typically the price point is a little bit higher for an outdoor aquatic facility. And so that's one of the other reasons that we can see, similar revenue ranges with only a 3-month facility as opposed to a year-round facility. And the other reason being that outdoor recreational aquatics has a much broader appeal, than an indoor aquatic facility, just because 92% of people, according to the United States Sporting Goods Association, classify themselves as a recreational swimmer. And so more people will visit an outdoor facility, and it's where most people get their first exposure to swimming lessons and recreational swimming.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up question on that. On page 31 of the chart, yellow highlighted text, we could look at the total expense for operating. Tell me if I understand this correctly, please. For an 8-lane indoor pool, operating expenses are roughly $740,000 per year. For a 2-pool indoor, roughly $858,000 per year. And for an outdoor pool are roughly $607,000 per year. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and forgive me if this is a stupid question. I don't know if I can do the math quickly enough, but is that something that could be offset by fees for passes and usage, or is that just way too high to even offset it, even if we had exorbitantly high fees?
We could definitely see that within the indoor option that you can offset in that range of 45 to 55% of the expenses with revenue, while the outdoor you could probably get closer to that 70 to 80% range of offsetting those expenses with revenue. And that's with I would say affordable pricing. It's not, and we've also accounted for some scholarship opportunities within the revenue model. And so we understand that, some people might not be able to afford it, and the county has ways that they can subsidize those visits, but we definitely see that, around 50% of those indoor costs can be recouped, and then closer to 70 to 80% for the outdoor facility.
All right. Any further questions?
No, that's it. That's it for now. Just for some context, we were fighting over 20,000 in this year's budget.
Right.
To try and make everything work. These numbers are very high. So of course, this is just an overview of the concept. But one of the things I worry about is if we've got an extra $500,000 that we have to pay for in our operating budget, how are we going to accommodate that? And if we're going to try and do that by charging fees, how public is public?
So one thing that I would bring up is that we give funds to Parks and Rec. So I think that they get to decide how they use their fees, and how they use the funding that we allocate to them. So I think it's more of a question of, for you, if you have a pool, do you want to pull this out of your impact fee to pay for this pool? Do you want to then, once it's built, have revenues at a loss of, what is that, 53%, 49%, and I can't read the last one because I only have my 79, so then you're looking at 21%. So that's really a question for Parks and Rec at that point.
Yep. You all have any thoughts on that, or are we just at the concept stage?
Concept stage. Yes, this is informational.
Right.
All right.
Well, it's an interesting outline of the problem. I mean, if you ask my kids, should we put a pool in the backyard? They're going to say yes. But if you ask mom and dad, how are you going to pay for it? Yeah, it gets a little bit more complicated.
The kids will say, Mom and Dad, go get a third job.
Yeah.
So they'll have a solution for you.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. No doubt. Well, thank you. That was a very, very, very detailed report. We certainly do thank you for presenting that to us, and thank you for attending.
And David, I think, what are the next steps? What do we do now? Now that we have this information, what's next?
I think meeting with stakeholders again to see where interest is, how funds can be gathered. I think those are probably next steps. Meeting with the public again, having public come to you guys. I think all of those are necessary.
Well, and as Ms. Benitez already stated, this is a Parks and Rec project. Their board has to be on board for this. So I think this study goes back to the board and wait to hear from them what they think.
Yep.
Rookie question, is this part of a comprehensive plan as well?
It is not in our master plan currently. I'm assuming when we go back to do another master plan in however many years that is, it could be revisited.
And the reason why I asked this is, of course, initially filling it, we've already just had two people concerned about droughts.
Right.
Right. And so putting water into this larger facility right now may not be the best idea, not just the financial cost, but that labor and the water table discussion. I'm not environmentalist, so I can't go into all that fancy language, but it may be taxing.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Tony Milburn. I'm the president of the Board of Parks and Rec, and we have looked at the study prior to it coming to you. I will again stress that it was the county commission that directed the study. We had previously done one that came up with similar high dollar figures that we knew at that point in time was not feasible. Our board does not see this as a feasible move forward under our auspices alone. We are, of course, looking potentially at partnering agencies, which I believe that the county is also on board with looking at. Everybody wants a pool, but our department, our organization is already strapped to do the things that we do now. We have an amphitheater that is underway for phase 2. We don't want to divert funds from that. The funds that we get from the county is typically the county budget dollars, not the hotel motel tax dollars, but the county budget dollars go for the current staff that we have that is not sufficient staff for what we do, and you guys are all aware of that. So just to be clear, we are not in a role to, at this point, make it part of a master plan. It would have to be, again, partnerships with other entities, perhaps the school board, perhaps the YMCA. I know they're going to speak after us. There are options, and that would be how we would move ahead for any next steps.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 8. Chris Coble, CEO, President of the YMCA.
Good morning, Commissioners. As stated, I'm Chris Coble, CEO and President of the YMCA of the Eastern Panhandle in West Virginia, as well as YMCA of Frederick County. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to provide an overview and update and formally introduce ourselves to you. In your packet, you should have received a summary of the YMCA membership feasibility study, as well as a PowerPoint demonstrating conceptually what the YMCA is able to provide to members and residents of Jefferson County if we were to establish a presence in West Virginia. The YMCA is a 501c3 nonprofit and is a membership-based organization. Today, I just wanted to highlight the benefits of a collaboration potentially between the Jefferson County Parks and Recreation Department and the Jefferson County Government. We have been working closely with Parks and Recreation, and if you looked at the summary and what's being passed around are some pictures of the latest facility that was built in Urbana, as well as the full comprehensive study. Building a full facility YMCA and or even just the aquatics piece, as demonstrated in the last presentation, is not an inexpensive endeavor. And usually a standalone aquatics center typically doesn't cover its cost. One, it's difficult to find funding to do it. And then two, it's also very difficult if you have to resign yourself to the fact that you need other pieces of the puzzle that are gonna underwrite it and offset it each and every year. But today I really just want to talk super high level about what the benefits of a collaboration could be. And the basic concept, in response to a community need and results of a Y membership feasibility study, the YMCA is vetting plans to build a full facility YMCA in Jefferson County, West Virginia, that would include a comprehensive indoor aquatic center. The YMCA is currently identifying community stakeholders and sources of funding needed to construct the facility. What would be the benefits of the collaboration? Well, top community needs will match well with the YMCA's cause, areas of focus, and the strategic plan. And as demonstrated by the Jefferson County Parks and Recreation Department and the YMCA, there is no doubt there is a deficit in the variety and volume of aquatics programs and services and aquatics facilities within Jefferson County. Annual operating and overhead costs are underwritten by programs, membership, and fundraising initiatives provided by the YMCA. And potential limited subsidy, be it be through government or other, is required to support the service beyond capital construction. So again, I also want to make this clear. The YMCA is not seeking, funding at this time, and we want to be supportive and sensitive of the Parks and Recreation's need for annual support and potential capital dollars for any future capital projects that they have. But we also believe that if this is a need that is going to be met, that it needs to be done collaboratively with many stakeholders at the table. And we believe that it could be done more effectively with the Y taking the ownership and the management of the aquatics component, which we would obviously have if we were to build a full facility Y. The bottom line is that it maximizes and leverages dollars for construction of an aquatic center by reducing costs by 40% compared to a standalone facility if constructed by Jefferson County. It also eliminates any future funding or annual support that would otherwise be needed if the aquatic center component was owned and operated by Jefferson County. So the next couple statements are basically what we're going to be doing as the Y. These are our next steps. The YMCA plans to submit a grant proposal to the EPA or IRA Community Change Fund. The total program funding is $2 billion, and award amounts range between 10 to 20 million per application. The YMCA qualifies as an eligible applicant because it is a nonprofit organization, but it has to have an established partnership between a local government entity and/or an institution of higher education, i.e. West Virginia University Medicine would be another great example. The YMCA has received commitment from the Eastern Panhandle Planning and Development Council to provide professional assistance in writing the grant proposal, and technical assistance is available to applicants if they are able to submit an intent to apply for funding prior to the end of August. So what I'm going to say to you today is that we intend to come back to you, and we intend to request to be on the August 15th commission meeting agenda to present our formal request for a partnership with Jefferson County on this grant opportunity.
Could you repeat the source of the grant and the value? The
Sure.
potential value?
It is, it's through the EPA. It's called the Community Change Fund. There are $2 billion available nationwide, and they, each applicant or award could range anywhere between $10 million to $20 million per award. And ideally, we would like to receive the full award if possible. But in order to apply, I mean, applying is step one, actually receiving it is step two. But in order to be eligible to apply, we have to have established partnerships. And one of the criteria is either to demonstrate that you have a partnership and a collaboration in place with either a government entity and or a higher education institution, or both. And that's our plan. We have been working with West Virginia University Medicine, if you're aware. I mean, that's kind of how we got started in the conversation about even establishing a presence in West Virginia. However, in the midst of their current change of leadership, we know that it could be some time before they're ready to kind of move forward. And the timeline for us to take advantage of this opportunity is now. So we're just going to pursue other opportunities and try to identify other stakeholders that are willing to help us potentially go after this grant opportunity that could benefit the community at large.
That's great. All I can say is I look forward to seeing you on August 15th at our next meeting.
Perfect.
So we can discuss the partnership, and I too hope you get funded for this as well for the county. I think it'd be a great asset for the county residents.
Well, we do too. And, you know, again, we're looking at potentially a 62,000, 65,000 square foot full facility wide. And we believe the price tag for the entire facility is approximately 30 million. If you use anywhere between $300 to $500 a square foot. If using the higher end, you know, we're looking at about a $30 million project. And so again, anywhere that we can find funds in federal dollars or where we need to go after first, that's what we're going to try to do. And then we'll see what that gap number might leave us at the end of the day.
Awesome. Advance.
I just have a question. I know we've been focused on swimming pools, but I've been very interested in childcare.
Absolutely.
Is that a role that the YMCA is interested in pursuing in Jefferson County?
Yes. So we have, we do have our license to do business, and we are registered to do business in West Virginia. And we also have our certificate to fundraise in the state of West Virginia. And part of the study, again, the Y is a very comprehensive organization. It's not doesn't have a single focus. One of the largest programs that we provide in the communities that we are established in is childcare. We're the largest childcare provider in Frederick County, Maryland. We're the largest childcare provider across the country as a movement. We know that there is a huge deficit of childcare needs in West Virginia, both in Jefferson and Berkeley County. I think the statistics are, you know, for every one child that needs a childcare slot in Frederick County, there's about 30 kids trying to get that slot. And for every one childcare slot that is needed in Jefferson and or Berkeley County, there's about 96 kids on a waiting list. And so we will build a childcare facility, or there'll be a childcare licensed childcare component to the full facility YMCA. But again, to Tony's point and Dave's point, this is not an overnight process. One, you have to decide what the need is. 2, you have to conceptually agree on what the facility concept is going to be. Then you have to decide the math problem is how you're paying for it. So I'm working on the math problem now of how I'm paying for it. Once that problem is solved, you're talking about probably 2.5 years. If I had the money in the bank today and we were ready to go with drawings and, start the permitting process and go through the RFP process, we know that construction for a facility of this magnitude will take anywhere from 12 to 14 months. And we know that going through the permitting process and everything that has to happen and creating infrastructure, if infrastructure doesn't exist, could take, a year. So we're 2.5 years away from that. So right now we are working with other entities. We're working with the city of Ranson. We're working with Shepherd University. We're also working with Jefferson County Public Schools to find temporary locations that we can establish childcare facilities, multiple childcare facilities within the community, because we know that you can't wait 2.5 years for new childcare centers to open up in this community. So ideally, in a perfect world, if we can finish some of those conversations that are also ongoing simultaneously to this math problem I'm trying to solve, we would like to be able to say that we could be offering childcare services as early as mid-fall. There's licensing and other things that sometimes dictate how fast you can move. Even if I had a center today that was designed for childcare, we still have to go through the licensing process, and that could take anywhere from 45 to 60 days. But we already are working closely and have established relationships with the local licensing reps, and they know and they are aware of what we're trying to do, and they've already preliminarily reviewed some of the conceptual facility designs of some retail space that we're looking at and blessed that. So we're close. Not ready to announce that yet, but we're close. We know that that's a need, and that would obviously be a box that we're willing to check.
Well, thank you very much for that update. That's a area I'm very interested in seeing us try to solve.
Absolutely. I'll leave the full copy with you guys. You can pass it around, and when you're done with it, you can give it to Eddie. And if you want to see a full copy, I'm happy to send that to each of you electronically as well to give you the additional details of the other things that are needed besides the aquatics piece being kind of the hot topic and, usually the fancy bell and whistle that everybody wants to see. But isn't the bell and whistle that pays the bills at the end of the day. We also know that childcare is a great need, and we also believe that creating programs and services that will also target what we believe is another vulnerable target population is the teens. And so there's a lot that the Y can do to step up and address some of those growing concerns as well. So, but thank you for allowing us to introduce ourselves.
Don't
Yes.
leave yet.
Okay,
I do
sorry.
have 2 questions. One is the same rookie question I asked them. Have you talked to other stakeholders really about the comprehensive plan and where you would be located, and are they part of that discussion?
Yes, so in our study, we vetted 2 very specific sites, one site specifically in Berkeley County, one in Jefferson County. Both of those locations are owned by West Virginia University Medicine. We also, I've been working with the YMCA for 40 years. This is my 5th state. And I've had more building offers in the last 6 months in West Virginia than I've had in my 40-year career. So finding a home is not my issue.
Okay.
So there's no doubt that we can find a suitable place. But the stakeholders we've been meeting with are some of the same ones that Parks and Recreation has identified. We've met with all the superintendents. We've met with every single mayor within Jefferson County. We've met with school board members. We've met with private swim team parents. We've met with political individuals and influence. We've met with folks on a state level as well. And so, yes, there's a lot of those discussions. Everybody seems to want conceptually the idea and the concept. But again, it takes money to come in and establish yourself. But yes, that's the plan.
And Commissioner, with my JCDA hat on,
For some reason, speakers
it's
are.
coming from the ceiling. There has been a vote of support for the YMCA's expansion into Jefferson County by all 5 municipalities, the JCDA and the school board, and that was without a single no vote.
Okay, this brings me, that's a great segue to my second question. We've had a lot of councils and committees talk to you. Have you been available or can you be available for open public comment?
Absolutely. Yes, we've pretty much been on the dog and pony show for the last year. So we've spoken to, I think, just about every Rotary Club in the side of, the Eastern Panhandle multiple times. We've done a couple, I think, small community forums, but happy to sit and discuss our concept and, how we plan to accomplish this with anybody who wants to listen. Absolutely. And if you're in a position to help us pull those kinds of community forums together, we would love to work with you on doing that.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hey, does anybody else have any quick questions?
Yeah, just a couple more points. Like those two words, open and public. There's unfortunately a very nasty history about pools in the United States and racism. Government pools are under the Constitution and state law and federal law. They're open to the public. Everybody's welcome. Private pools, not necessarily the case. Where does the YMCA fit into that? You're a nonprofit. My understanding is you have a storied history of being open to all people and promoting access to everybody. Could you tell us about that?
Sure, absolutely. Yes, so we are obviously open to everyone. We do not discriminate on any level whatsoever. And even though we're a nonprofit, we did a similar partnership. We're actually in Frederick County where we got some funding from the Frederick County government. And because it was taxpayers' money, but they helped bring some capital dollars in order for us to expand the size and the scope of the Urbana project. One of the pieces that we did there was ensure that any community member, even though they may not be interested in being a YMCA member, would have an opportunity to purchase a day pass just for the swimming and access to the pool alone. But we don't turn anybody away. Our doors are open. It's an inclusive organization and we embrace diversity. And I'm not sure how else to answer that question. We don't discriminate, obviously, against anybody. And even in the design of the facility, I mean, we looked at a bunch of different populations and met with, the Muslim community, we met with the deaf community, we met with, grandparents raising grandchildren, we met with single dads raising daughters only, we met with, just a variety of folks to ensure that the design of the facility and the accessibility of the facility would meet all the needs of everyone in the community, and that truly is a reflection of the community members.
Thank you for doing that. It's my view that if you don't have a public pool or if you don't have an arrangement that we're pursuing like this partnership, then you let private pools fill the void, if you will, and then unfortunately you get into some access issues. So I'd like to avoid that. And then last question is for Administrator Benitez. Could you speak to the childcare needs of the community, perhaps with the JCDA hat on?
Sure. So last summer, the JCDA did a study calling all the registered childcare providers to find out when the last 2-year-old got into care. And they found out the average wait time was 13.3 months. So it's really hard to put that into perspective. Is that long? Is that short? What is that? So we also did the same in Berkeley County and found out it was 6 months. And in Frederick County, I want to say it was 3 months in Frederick County, Maryland. And so we tried to figure out why that was. And so we compared capacity. So we took the number of licensed childcare slots and compared that against population and found that it's relatively similar between Berkeley County and Jefferson County. Our assumption is that that's in Berkeley County, there's more multi-generational neighborhoods where you might have grandmother watch your child. Here, we had this longer wait list, although we had similar capacity. However, when compared to Frederick County, where they have 1/4 of the wait list, they had double the capacity. So that means that we would need to grow our capacity by roughly 900 registered childcare slots. And when you can't find registered childcare slots, what does that mean in Jefferson County? That means that people are going to unlicensed care, or they're going to their brother, sister's cousin today, and then someone else tomorrow, and leaving children without care, or parents are going without work. And I think it's really important for us as people in West Virginia trying to find opportunities for people who want to work to actually work. And right now, the significant barrier to that work in Jefferson County is access to childcare.
Thank you. All right, any further questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 9, Dana Burton, USDA.
Hi,
How are
my
you?
name is Dana Burton. I work with the USDA on their spotted lanternfly program. This is my first time in any type of scenario like this, so I apologize if I do anything incorrectly. I'm here today to ask for permission to treat the property that y'all own at 1948 Wiltshire Road. It's a 12 and a half acre parcel of land. And the reason I care about it is because it's, one, it's loaded with spotted lanternfly, but two, the proximity to an industrial area. And the USDA's stance right now is that our objective is to stop the spread of this bug getting into states that don't have it. And because of the location of that property and the proximity to all these other industrial parcels, that property is a host for the lanternfly. So what I do is treat a specific tree, tree heaven, Ailanthus tree. And we do that by carrying backpacks of chemical. I believe I've provided you guys with the SDS sheets on what those 2 chemicals are that I want to use. But I want to treat those trees either by using an insecticide or an herbicide, depending upon the size of the tree on the property.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
I'm just curious, you know, the Appalachian Tree Fruit Research Station is kind of across the road from the property you want to treat. And I just want to make sure there's would be no issues, you know, with, I don't know, 12.5 acres, you're just going to walk that and spray the trees, or how else are you going to do it?
We would walk it.
Okay.
And we carry backpacks. So we go to each individual tree that we're concerned with. We identify it on our maps, and then we spray each tree individually. We do work with that research facility that you spoke of. And I treated that parcel 3 years ago, I believe. But yeah.
Okay, and then what do we do with will we know ahead of time so that, you know, I don't know if the building needs to be evacuated or what has, or people, you know, it's perfectly safe for people to be there working?
It is. It is
Okay.
perfectly safe for people to be there working. Our chemicals dry relatively quickly. We only work when weather's permitting. These chemicals dry within an hour or 2. I can put up little stakes that say the area has been treated right after I do spray. I always go in and notify any people that are working or living on the property prior to us treating. I think the facility opens at 8 a.m. there. I wouldn't go on the property until 8, or unless I talk to them ahead of time and say, hey, it's gonna be really hot tomorrow. I'd like to come at 7 and do this before you guys even open up.
Well, and maybe you can work with our county administrator, because there's several different departments in that building.
Yes, there are.
You know, so to get the word to everybody that needs it.
You know, my objective is to hopefully get it treated. And what we always say is we work with the property owner, and we do what you want, but our goal is to get it done. So however that has to happen. It is free of cost. The USDA provides the chemicals. So there's no expense. It's just getting that permission to treat the property.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for doing this. I can't go on a hike without getting these lantern flies, swatting them away. It's a real pest. I think you summarized this already, thanks to Commissioner Tapp's questions, but are there any other precautions that the public needs to follow if you treat this property?
No,
Okay, and you're going to provide the signs?
yeah, I'll provide the signs.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions? All right, I'll move a motion to grant permission to treat the property at 1948 Bush Shot Road.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0.
Okay.
All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll start on our agenda number 11, board and commission appointments. Thank you. Oh, see your feet. Sorry. Yeah, we're ready. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Are we on? We're live. All right. All right. Welcome back. We are still on track. It's noon. I say that. I jinx us. I know. Said that earlier. We're still on track somehow. We're going to move on to agenda item number 11, board and commission appointments. Looks like we have for the home consortium. We don't have anyone for that. We just have to announce to advertise.
Yes, so we received a request to advertise for that position.
Okay. All right. I'll move a motion to solicit for applications for the Jefferson County seat of the Eastern Panhandle Home Consortium.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, next we're going to move to Parks and Rec interviews, Parks and Rec board interviews.
And sir, I just want to let you know that Katie Kuhn has withdrawn and Amanda Impreziolari, she is on a plane right now. So I said that there are 2 questions that you normally ask, which is describe who you are and to why you're interested in this position. So I told her that, and I have written comments from her since she's flying.
Okay, when we get to her, if you don't mind reading those written comments, that'll be great. I'm just going to start in order how it's presented on our agenda. First, we'll ask Jessica Jacot to come forward.
And as she comes forward, just so I have an understanding of this process. So I didn't realize we're actually doing interviews. I saw the resume. So this is an open interview for everybody in the public to watch online and in the audience?
Absolutely. And what we'll do, we have 4 open, so clarify that even further, we have 4 open positions. After the interviews, I'll open it up for nominations. And then we'll nominate who we want on the board. If we have, you can nominate up to 4, and then we will vote. If we only have 4, then we could move that motion with the unanimous consent. If we have 5 or more, then we have to vote per each one by hand.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you for joining us. Could you tell us your name and tell us why you would like to be on the board of Parks and Rec?
My name is Jessica Jacot.
And you got to hold that mic right to your face. Yes, you got to speak right into it.
Normally I can talk pretty loud, but better. Yeah, a little bit.
And it's for the recording too.
Perfect.
My name is Jessica Jacot. I am a resident of Jefferson County for the last 7 years, but a lifelong resident of the Eastern Panhandle. I wanted to, first was exploring ways to kind of get more involved in the local Jefferson County. I've been very active for the last 20 years in Berkeley County, and saw the opportunity for Parks and Rec. It hit home for me because I was actively involved with Berkeley County Parks and Rec. In the early 2000s, I formed a nonprofit in that organization that operated out of Berkeley County Parks and Rec for their gymnastics and cheerleading program, and was able to see really the impact that that made for the youth in the area. And when presented with the opportunity to partner and work with Jefferson County Parks and Rec, that is what encouraged me to apply.
Any questions?
So I didn't prepare questions, but since we're ad hoc on this, you, as the Park and Rec person, you heard the pool discussion.
I did. I come in at the tail end of the pool discussion, but yes.
Okay, so give me a 3, 5, 10-year vision for Parks and Rec, and if pool is part of that.
So obviously, I think everybody wants a pool, right? I've heard that since I've been in Jefferson County, that being a hot topic. I would love to see, I didn't hear all the components that go into that, but would love to see that be a viable option for the county in the future. I think there is an absolute need and desire for it.
And what is the biggest weakness you've seen in the Parks and Recs, and what's the biggest strength you've seen?
So, and this is going to be more from my personal perspective. My kids have already participated in many of the camp programs. I think that is fantastic. I also think the opportunities with the concert series, those are great opportunities for the community to come together. But I would love to see the youth sports programs that sort of expand in the area. We are active sports family. My kids participate and are very blessed to be able to participate in travel sports, but that is not an option for a lot of children and residents in the area. And I think expanding those programs would be beneficial to the area.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. You just touched on this. Could you tell me about summer programs and programs with Parks and Rec that generate revenue and what your views on those are and how that fits into broader vision?
So I know when I was with Berkeley County Parks and Rec, we ran a side program where we did a lot of little youth camps, just anything really. It was more of a benefit to the community for evening childcare, that sort of thing for parents, where we would have open gyms, birthday parties. I often would volunteer to run the birthday party programs, which ended up being a pretty good financial revenue source for the gymnastics wing for them to be able to expand. Obviously, nothing's going to compare to grant money and that's sort of funding. But I do think that, looking for those ways while you're able to give back, and it does bring in a good source of income.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next we're going to, on our list is Amanda Pelizera. And I believe she's on the plane. All right.
And remind me the two questions you had asked her.
I will. Let me pull that up. Let me pull it up. Do you want to move on to the next one while I pull that one up? Sorry,
Sure.
sir.
No worries.
My mouse is down and my trackpad is being weird.
All right.
All good.
Technical difficulties always never fails. All right, we're going to move on to the next interview. It's Candace Wilson.
This afternoon.
And yeah. 12, just a little bit after.
I was working at the high school before I came over here, so.
Yeah, no doubt.
Crazy.
Well, can you tell us your name and why you would like to be on the Parks and Rec?
Yep, I'm Candace Wilson. I am a lifelong Jefferson County resident. My dad's family's from here, so I know a lot of people in the county. I'm also a substitute teacher at Washington High School, the head cheer coach at Washington, the president of the HFAA, which is Harpers Ferry Athletic Association. It's our youth basketball and cheer league in the county. I have been involved with kids since I was a kid. I started coaching at 16. I coached at JCYFL, the youth football, the youth basketball, and I have just kind of stuck to it. So I'm just interested in being able to help the kids in any way possible.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you give me an example of what you would like to see at Parks and Recs? Seems like you're heavily involved with school sports and so forth. So how can your experience benefit Parks and Rec?
So there's definitely a lack of things for children to do around the area. And some of that is the financial piece for our families. So I would like to see more affordable options for the children to get into some of the programs. I know that with HFAA, we're probably the least expensive league in the county. Our registration fee is $50. And that takes care of everything that's needed for the kids for an entire basketball season that goes from November to March.
Including uniforms. I've found those are things get expensive.
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm going to ask the same questions. That way I'd be consistent. I don't know if you were here earlier for the pool discussions.
I was.
So given that in the 3, 5, 10-year vision, what do you see?
I think as long as we have enough financial support for the pool so that it's not a taxpayer issue, then that would be something to look into. We definitely need that because like I said, we need to expand the options for our youth. And the thing that I really liked that she was talking about was the teens. She would have, the Y would bring in more for the teens, which we definitely don't have any of that for our teenagers in the area.
And more broader, the question was not just the pool, but in Parks and Rec as a whole, where do you see 3, 5, 10 years?
Well, I'd like to see more teenager.
Okay.
I'm a mom of 3 teens. So my children are 13, 17, and 18. And other than their school sports and the youth leagues, there is nothing for them to do in the area. And I like to keep my children busy to keep them out of trouble. So I would like to see more teen programs.
Trouble is busy.
Right, I know it.
And then the other question is, what if you were assessing Parks and Rec right now, and you alluded to it a little bit earlier, what is the number one weakness you see that Parks and Recs do? And what's the number one positive that you see strength?
So I actually worked at our Parks and Rec as a high school student. I did 2 summers in the gymnastics program, and the little kids love it, absolutely love it. So I think that the programs that they have in place now are fantastic, but I would like to see more financially available programs and stuff more for our older children.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Sorry. You've touched on this already, but I'm going to ask everybody the same question. Could you talk about summer camps and other programs that generate revenue for Parks and Rec, and how that fits into your vision for Parks and Rec, why support, et cetera?
So I can tell you, it's been a long time since I did a summer camp, but I do a youth cheer clinic at the high school as a fundraiser for the cheer team. Our soccer teams do soccer camps over the summer. Basketball teams do basketball camps. They're able to bring in a good amount of money because what else is there for the kids to do in the evenings during the week? So I think increasing the amount of programs offered would be beneficial.
Thank you.
Can you talk just real quick about how your organizational and project management skills that you talked about in your resume, how that would translate to Parks and Rec?
So I am very, like I said, I'm the president of the Harpers Ferry Athletic Association. So I've had to be extremely organized in being able to deal with different people. So I get along with mostly everybody, but I've also been able to handle situations when they arise, when somebody's upset about how something's going on the court or how something that the league is doing. So I've taken those management experiences from my 20 years in medical to put towards, keeping everybody calm, cool, and collected, and getting to the root of the problem and finding a solution.
Thanks.
All right. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, this is the email from Amanda, and I think it's Italian. She's the young lady that's on the plane right now.
And the 2 questions were, tell me about you and why you want to serve on.
Thank you.
Dear Jefferson County Commissioners, I hope this email finds you well. I am writing to express my interest in nominating myself for the seat on the Board of Directors for the Jefferson County Parks and Recreation. With my extensive experience in both professional and community settings, I believe I am well equipped to contribute effectively to the enhancement and management of our community's parks and recreational facilities. Professional background: as an executive director overseeing 3 state oncology societies, West Virginia, Texas, and Louisiana, and providing support to 20 other states through the Association of Cancer Care Centers, I have over 5 years of dedicated service in the oncology field. This role has honed my leadership, strategic planning, and organizational skills, which I am eager to bring to the Parks and Recreation Board. Community involvement. Community involvement includes serving on the Charlestown Ranson Little League Board of Directors from 2009 to 2021, where I actively participated in league operations and governance. I played a crucial role in funding efforts, including raising over $30,000 to support CTR teams' participation in state and national games. I have been a team mom for various sporting activities from 2005 to 2014, supporting teams by organizing events, managing communications, and assisting with logistics, as well as being a member of the Washington high school baseball boosters from 2010 to 2014 and organizing a successful 200-person night spaghetti dinner to support the team and other various duties. Additionally, I have raised over $6,000 for St. Jude Half Marathon in Nashville, Tennessee in 2025. I was elected to the Jefferson County Little League Board of Directors in October 2024, where I serve as the baseball player agent. My other volunteer experience includes serving as American Red Cross Disaster Action Team member from 2018 through 2019. Personal background, I am a mother of 2 boys, ages 28 and 26, who are local business owners in the community. Together with my partner, I help raise his 3 children, ages 15, 14, and 11. We reside in the Huntfield community. I'm passionate about serving our community and believe that my background and experience make me a strong candidate for this role. I'm enthusiastic about the opportunity to serve, to contribute to the continued success and improvement of Jefferson County Parks and Recreation. Thank you for considering my nomination. I'm available to discuss at your convenience.
Eddie, are you willing to answer questions?
I don't know that I would have, I don't know.
All right, thank you for that. All right, we're going to move on to the next applicant is Joanne Baloo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I am Joanne Beaulieu, and I have lived in Jefferson County for 35 years and in Shannondale for almost all of that time. And I've been interested in serving the Parks and Rec, but my old job, I thought there was maybe a conflict, so I couldn't ever apply. But now I'm able to. My day job is I'm a budget analyst for the federal government. And so, you know, hard skills that I bring to the table are budget. I know that Parks and Rec have some subcommittees that deal with finance and auditing. I have good computer skills. I've got pretty good organizational skills, tracking skills, analysis skills. But more than that, I really have a passion for the Parks and Rec. It's really meant a lot to my family. So on, I guess, I raised my 4 kids in Jefferson County, and Parks and Rec has really been a big part of their lives, especially my younger 2 kids. Sam Michaels opened up when my 2 younger, I'm not sure how old they were, but I have pictures of them taking archery lessons, like the first year that was offered there. My son worked for Parks and Rec through high school and college. I just think the opportunities that it brings to Jefferson County are fantastic, like the events. In fact, I was volunteering at the AMP, and that's how I found out that there were the vacancies on the board. I was talking to another board member while I was checking IDs. And I mean, that's a great example of something that improves this community so much. And I'd like to see more of that. I'd like to see the programs expanded. And 2 of my kids have chosen to continue to live in Jefferson County. So I have grandchildren that are utilizing Parks and Rec. And it just means a lot to me.
Okay, thank you. Does any of the commissioners have questions? Good, yes, sir.
I have the 2. Were you available earlier? Did you hear any of the pool discussions?
I did. I heard the pool and the why discussion. Yes.
Good, thank you. So this incorporates a broader sense, but incorporating the pool as well. Where do you see Parks and Recs going in the next 3, 5, 10 years?
So, I mean, I know that budget wise, there just may not be the funds, but then with the why component, that sort of changes things. If that is, if that's a possibility, that would be an amazing resource for this community. I don't know that Parks and Rec really has the budget or the resources. I would love to see an aquatic center. I think it would bring a lot to the community. I think I would have to look at numbers and see like, is it really feasible in Jefferson County? Like, I can't just speak off the cuff without really diving into that, but but I would love to see it. I think it would be such a well-used thing. I think that you would bring in revenue, and I also think that you would bring like job opportunities to high school and college students, like if you think about lifeguarding and all the jobs that creates. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
Sure. And hoping the question is more broad about other things too in Parks and Rec, but let's go on to the next, and that is, what is the number one thing Parks and Rec is doing, its weakness, and what is its biggest strength?
I would say like weakness wise, maybe they maybe underutilize some of the outlying parks. So, you know, I'm coming to you with the perspective of somebody who's lived in the mountain community for 35 years. And I know we have Mount Mission Park, and that's great. You know, it would be nice to see more activities on some of these sort of outlier parks. As far as strengths go, I think the programs that they have during the winter, the summer camps are fantastic. The AMP, the concert series is wonderful. The fireworks, I think it does so much to, it gives this community some really fun things to do, but it retains that sort of small town community feel. So I think they're doing that right. I mean, I'd like to see some things, I'd like to see the camps have maybe more working parent friendly hours. But other than that, I think it's a wonderful resource for this community.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else?
Yes. You touched on this already, but everybody the same question. Could you speak to summer camps and other revenue generating programs in Parks and Rec and how that fits into your vision for Parks and Rec?
Yes, I would really like to see the summer camps expanded so that they are more friendly to working parents. And then I think that you can increase the fees that you charge for that, which I think you would generate more revenue that way and draw more people to the programs. And again, you know, if maybe utilizing some of these other parks in Jefferson County, I don't know if that is a way. I don't know what all the facilities are, like if we have facilities anywhere else to do that, but I'd like to see that expanded because that's such a need. And I think Jefferson County parents really struggle with that every summer.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions? Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, we're going to move to the next applicant, Tony Milburn.
Good afternoon, Tony Milburn. I've been a resident of Jefferson County for 33 years now. I have served on your Parks and Rec Commission for 21 of those years. And while term limits might be a good idea, there's still a lot of things I would like to see happen. When I came onto the Parks Board, there were not as many parks in the system. So, you know, I have been part of bringing additional parkland into the county. I have been part of boards through the years that have brought increased programming. You know, I'm listening to the other applicants who are saying, you know, more programming. We used to have a lot less. So I feel like we have moved forward a great deal, and I would really like to continue with that. I will say that I was instrumental in bringing the fireworks to San Michael's Park, and I, you know, have also been instrumental in continuing that movement. That is probably our largest single event that draws people in both from in county and out of county. And I am very proud of the fact that I brought that to that park when I broached that subject back in 2006 to a board that was not as active as our current board. To say, I was told if you can get the money, then we'll do it. So I did. So again, very proud of that. I will say that, as a board, we are there for policy making for the staff and not to do the jobs of the staff. And sometimes that just needs to be at the forefront. And I feel that I work very well with the current board that we have, also with past boards. I have served in every office on the board over my tenure, currently serve as president. I don't know if I want to jump ahead to some of your questions because I've heard them be asked to each candidate. As far as the pool facility, I know, Mr. Cook, you're going to go to that. And I think, I spoke to that as the board president currently. We would love to be able to offer that. Feasibility, financially, we're not able to. I am in the talks with the YMCA on the partnership of that and would love to continue that and see that as the way to get that pool here to our county. And our board definitely wants to go in that direction. As far as, 3 to 5 years out with other things, again, I mentioned the amphitheater. We're heading into phase 2. We do our concert series now with the Levitt AMP grant. We want to expand that to bring some more well-known entertainers to the county that would be finance generating for Parks and Rec. As far as programming, we offer a lot of programs. We have, over the past couple of years, looked at cost analysis of those and eliminated ones that did not pay for themselves. And again, I'll go back to, 2004 when I was appointed, Parks and Rec was told to fund itself. So that has been the mindset of the board since that time, and I think it is moving forward. And if a program doesn't fund itself, we can't justify keeping it. That doesn't mean that new programs certainly can't be generated, but we don't want to price out our attendees either. So any other questions I didn't touch on?
Yeah, the question I'm asking everybody is, could you speak to summer camps and revenue generating programs and how that fits into your vision for Parks and Rec?
Sure. I mean, summer camps are number one thing for Parks and Rec throughout the summer, and we offer as many of those as we can. There are some state regulations that stipulate the number of hours, the number of camps a child can attend without it being considered daycare. We are not a licensed daycare as far as our camps, so we can't, go for the entire summer, every kid in every camp without getting that license. And that's something that we have not chosen yet to pursue. Not that we wouldn't in the future, but that may answer some of the questions about hours of camps and that type of thing. We do work with the school system, get into the schools to offer more locations for camps, and I would like to see that broadened to get more locations for camps. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
And just to elaborate on that, 3, 5, 10 year was more than just the pool. Where do you
Sure.
see Parks and Recs in the next 3, 5, 10 years if you stayed on?
Well, we have a lot of parks. We see San Michael's that is, built out, and the amphitheater there, of course, and the community center, which make that the central focus. We also just brought on board Moulton Park, which is 81 additional acres on the river. So that is definitely in the upcoming years look. We're in a current master plan for that park, and that will be passive recreation, hiking, some disc golf kind of things. And I think that your next question would be, the strengths and weakness thing. So let me touch on that. Strength we
You're a mind
offer.
reader.
I pay attention in here. We offer a lot of programs and a lot of activities for younger children, and this was mentioned. So I think that one of our weaknesses is that we don't do enough for the older teens. I think we don't do enough for adults and seniors either. And I would like to see that expanded upon. That may come in a partnership again with the YMCA and programming with them and through the Aquatic Center. That, my vision is there. But what we do well, I think that just, again, our staff as minimal as it is with the amount of things that they offer to the community, that's our strength. Our staff is our strength.
All right, any further questions? All right, we're gonna move on to Maureen Daugherty. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good. If you could tell us your name and why you want to be on the Parks and Rec.
Sure thing. My name's Maureen Doherty, and I have only been a resident of Jefferson County for a little over 2.5 years, though I love this place and have always referred to it as my happy place since I attended Shepherd College back in the 80s, and just have always returned here for multiple events and weekends and reuniting with a lot of my schoolmates. And so the big reason I'm here and the reason why I wanted to apply for this position is my whole life has been pretty much circled around Parks and Recreation. I started here with majoring in that field and continued at WVU to finish my doctorate in recreation resource management. I taught for Frostburg State for a number of years. So I had older adult students in my classes that most of them worked for county and city parks and recreation in the state of Maryland. And I was very intricately involved with them and their projects. And I was a recreation director myself. And now I've circled back and I am the recreation director over at NCTC. So it is in my blood. It is what I know. It's what I love. And I just want to bring anything that I can to contribute to this county because I think that I see the growth and I want to, try to ensure that there's equal growth with our open space and our parks and our recreation programs to match all of that.
I'll start off the gate. I'm going to actually modify my question a little bit because I see your dissertation is about changes in life effectiveness following becoming an outdoors woman participants. How do you apply that in the next 3 to 5, 10 years with Parks and Rec?
Very good. Well, yes, I just really think that the outdoors in and of itself is just such a motivator. It's a calmer. I believe in nature bathing. I think it can relax you. It minimizes depression, anxiety. We have to give people spaces, accessible spaces to go do those things. And according to the National Recreation and Park Association, their national standard is for every 1,000 residents that we have 10.6 acres of open space parkland. And that's just the national average. So I really do think that we have to provide the open spaces and places for people to run, to play, for us to walk our dogs. 45% of all households in the United States have a dog, and 85% of those consider that dog to be a family member and take exceptional care of it. So people love places where they can go walk their dogs, take their kids, run, fly kites, get away from screens. It's essential for us to provide a lot of different opportunities for all age groups that don't really need technology to do it.
I appreciate that. And I geek out on doctoral theses and stuff, so I really appreciate the study that you did. And then the next question is, after studying the Parks and Rec, what is its biggest strength and its biggest weakness?
Well, first of all, like so many before me have commented, that I think that the amount of work that this county has done in Parks and Rec, Jennifer and David and their staff, with the resources that they are provided, many of those resources they, again, earn through programming opportunities. I think they've done a phenomenal job, but there's work to do, and there's opportunities for growth and expansion, and to make sure that we provide recreational opportunities for all age groups. I know a lot of people focus, and they should focus, on the children and the teen population. We got to keep them engaged and make sure, but really eldertainment is a big kind of move, that we have more and more grain of America, and a lot of, I think if you look at your demographics here in this county, that we have to make sure that, and they're active older adults, they don't want to sit at home. They don't want to just sit and play bingo. That's not where they want to be. And then there needs to be a call for more intergenerational programming as well, so we can match that and meet that, and maybe even use that to some degree to address some of the daycare and after-school issues.
I love that word, eldertainment. Right, thank you, because I'm getting there.
I'm asking everybody the same question. Could you tell us about summer camps and other revenue generating programs at Parks and Rec and how that fits into your vision for Parks and Rec?
Sure. Again, I mentioned the National Recreation and Parks Association, and I really truly believe that, and I know that David back there has attended many conferences, but to make sure that we keep our eye on what's going on nationally and keep up with trends and understand what's going on there. But you would look across the nation and you would see that a lot of the revenues generated in Parks and Recreation comes from camps and before and after care. It is probably the #1 revenue generator. And there's nothing wrong with, having programs sustain themselves and grow in that way. But we also have to make sure that we are accessible and open to all people. And that includes people that don't have the resources to pay for programs. And again, Jefferson County does that through their scholarship program. So I applaud them for that.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
I'm good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, what I'll do at this time is open the floor for nominations. Each commissioner can nominate up to 4 if they feel they need to. So I'll open the floor for nominations at this time.
Mr. Chair, I'll nominate Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson. Hey, Candace.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Dr. Doherty.
Dr. Doherty.
I'll nominate Tony Milburn.
Okay. And then I'd like to nominate Jessica Jacott. And I was also, go ahead. I'm sorry, I was also impressed with Amanda, the fact that she serves on the Little League. I know she's stuck on a plane, couldn't be here, but I would like to nominate Amanda and Pellizzeri. All right.
Well, I really liked Ms. Billy's
Yes, so did
interview
I.
as well.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Sorry, I guess I ended
nominate
up.
her.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Yeah.
Joanne.
Joanne.
Okay, Joanne. Okay. Well, we nominated everybody to interview then. Easy. All right. So each commissioner can vote up to 4. We have 6 nominations. It'll be easier for me to do it by a show of hands. So you can vote up to 4. You don't have to vote for 4. You can vote up to 4. So with a show of hands, please show of hands for to vote for Candace Wilson. I have 3. 4. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Candace. This is Candace. Okay.
Yep.
Candace
Yeah,
is 5.
I'm trying to figure out how to, okay.
Okay. Sorry. Now I'm going in the list they were nominated in. So sorry.
Okay.
All right. Now Maureen Doherty. That's Doctor. Sorry. That's 5. Tony Milburn. 2. Jessica Jacott.
Now I can vote more than 4, right?
No,
Or do I have-
up to 4.
Okay, that's my last one.
Jessica Cott, 4. Amanda, who is on the plane. I'll look for Amanda. 1. And Joanne, who is online. 3. All right, so we have Candace has 5, Maureen has 5, Jessica has 4, and the next one is Joanne Baloo. So thank you. Those 4 will move forward and be on the Jefferson County Parks and Rec. Thank you very much.
I just want to thank all the people that we did interview. It was refreshing to have that amount of interest. There were 4 slots, but it was an interesting conversation to hear other people's perspective from Parks and Rec. And I will comment personally, Parks and Rec does do a lot with little funding. So I'm amazed at their staff and how dedicated they are and their creativity. So I appreciate all the hard work you all are doing.
Very nice.
All right. Next, we're going to move to agenda item number 12, Martin Burke. Jefferson County Historic Commission.
My request is pretty simple. We would like to get out of paying the $11,161.24 real estate tax for 2023. We've only owned the property for 4 months. And I'm leery about going back to the American Battlefield Trust because they spent approximately over $2 million. Most of that was a federal grant that I applied for in the amount of $972,000, and another grant from the West Virginia Outdoor Conservation Fund, $300,000. And they paid, although we can go back to them, but I have another project I would like them to work on. So, questions?
I have a question for our legal, probably why he's sitting here for this agenda item. What can we legally do? Do we have the ability to do this?
Ms. Banks provided a 2009 state tax department opinion. This issue was.
We need you to talk in the microphone.
I apologize. I got Ms. Banks provided, this issue came back in 2009, state tax, property tax ruling. Now, granted, every appeal is different, but it seems to be relevant to this. And my reading of this is that if someone would have taken a timely taxability classification appeal or an exemption request, or even come before the board of review in a timely manner, then those are the avenues you can act. At this point, it seems like we're out of time, and the exoneration only addresses errors, and this doesn't seem to be an error. It just seems to be one a remission of it. And I think from the past actions, if the county commission does remit, it is an audit flag that comes up with the state, because it's not now for the going forward, because, I'm sure you all know this, but the bill we're talking about isn't it's who owned it July 1 a year ago.
Yeah.
And that would have been the trust, the land trust. Now, going forward for years in the future, now the county basically owns it through an agency. Now, it doesn't mean it's automatically exempt, but it effectively gives it much different standing, because then we own it. And only if we were using it for a non-exempt purpose would we be theoretically subject to tax. But that's for the going forward bill. The bill here was generated, but for who owned it last year. And that would be the land trust. I don't think you have it would be an audit flag if you did it, because the obligation of the county commission is to collect all the taxes that they were assessed. And I haven't heard any language that it was the amount was wrong, or there was something that you could exonerate. So that's the issue. I'm not saying you don't have the raw power to do it, because it has been done, but it would generate an issue, and it would seem to go against this tax ruling from 2009, which involved the Civil War Preservation Trust in here in Jefferson County on a very similar issue. And they didn't act if last summer they would have come forward, they'd have different options that they don't have now, because it's too late to challenge the classification, the exemption, or the assessment. So it's untimely too. That limits, ties your hands.
Okay. Well, and I always tend to lean on our legal counsel for matters like this, and I appreciate your advice. And I think probably maybe the better thing to have taken place is prorated the taxes when it was transferred or something that might offset when it was transferred from the trust to the association now. But unfortunately, hindsight is what it is, and it didn't happen that way. Does anybody else have any further questions?
I do. ABT, I guess, again, I'm not understanding the full scope of this, what had happened. You co-purchased this land with the American Battlefield Trust.
My name was on the grant application to the American Battlefield Protection Program, which is a federal program under the National Park Service. And we had an agreement with the American Battlefield Trust, who actually purchased and arranged the purchase from Mr. Bolt's, the Faraway Farm LLC. And then they held it for while we were working out the terms of the easement language. And so it was only transferred to the Landmarks Commission in April of this year.
And that was the full intent.
Yes,
And so when they couldn't do this without the commission being a part of this grant?
that's correct.
So-
They needed a local entity to complete the transaction.
Did they invite you in to look at the budgetary issues?
Yes.
And did you not see the tax at the time?
Well, we didn't anticipate that it would take that long for them to get the easement worked out. So I've applied already for a tax exempt status for the, right after the property was transferred. I met with Miss Banks and gave her a heads up about what we were asking for. So,
And that was my follow-on question. So ABT is not a tax exempt 501c category?
yes, they are.
Well, that brings my question to the assessor. If they're a 501c3,
They would have to apply. They never said they were tax exempt. Some part of the property's being rented and has a house and a shop on it. So they were renting this property. Tax exempt, you have to look at ownership and how.
Angie, I think you are sharing great information. Do you want to come to the table so that we can make sure that we're recording you?
Whenever property transfers, we send letters. And they never mentioned about being tax exempt. They did say they had a pending easement, but they never followed up and gave that information to us. They said part of the property was being rented. There was a house and a shop, and they didn't apply for farm use. They never said there was any farming or anything. We did have the land broken down as farm, but they didn't actually get the farm use, which would have reduced it more. And like I said, it's the rental house is probably part of the reason the one bill is as big as it is. But they never said anything. And I know Mr. Burke called me a few months ago and, the bill coming out July is the bill. And I told him, of course, I sent you paperwork to fill out so you won't get a bill next year. And so
when ABT did this with you, basically you were a co-signer into this grant. There was money exchanged. Did they receive money as far as this transfer goes?
The purchase price was paid by the American Battlefield Trust.
Right.
And we, the $972,000 hit our checking account for one day, and then we transferred it on to the American Battlefield Trust, which that opinion that he's reading, it was formerly the Civil War Trust. And we've done about 8 projects in Jefferson County with them, 2 at Harper's Ferry, and the rest at Shepherdstown.
And of all those projects you've done with this is the first time this has happened.
No, in previous episodes, I've been warned by the county commission never to come back and ask for this again. But
Has anybody reached out to ABT?
I have. So they're prepared to pay on a prorated basis. So
And what's your thought on that, Ms. Banks?
Excuse me?
If they're prepared to pay on a prorated basis, what does that mean?
I don't prorate tax bills.
It would be prorated between the two parties, like
Okay.
maybe a
Yes,
check.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's not
yes,
up to me.
not between the assessor, sorry. Yeah.
And Commissioner, if I can interject.
Please do.
It sounds like, when you first think about this, oh, tax exempt. But that's like a federal classification for income tax, and this sort of thing. And West Virginia, I mean, this case Ms. Banks provided was pretty clear. Even if you're what everyone would think of as tax exempt, an established church, they move to a different location. Everyone knows they're doing it for religious purposes, but they still have to apply to demonstrate that it's not automatic. The only thing to be automatic is if, like, the Park Service bought it, it's done. We can't tax them. It goes away. So it's not that they're not, we don't dispute that the not civil trust, but that our charitable organization itself. It's just that doesn't automatically exempt. Theoretically, if the county bought a shopping center, and we just used it as a Walmart, we wouldn't be exempt either. Because it's the use, it's not so much who owns it, but the use of it.
Right.
So it's not an automatic trigger, except under certain circumstances, and this isn't one of them.
Well, to that point, they have, counties and municipalities put their own restrictions in place, right? So as a federal EIN, I can come in and not expect to be tax exempt from sales tax or even in the county or the municipality. I think I understand what you're saying. And not without county approval or municipality approval. I just see that this seems like you got the short end of this stick from ABT. That's what it sounds like to me. And it doesn't sound like something that, to our legal advice, that's something that we can waive on this. I just think that if you're going to do business with ABT in the future, make sure you understand the budget and make sure that they do their homework and their due diligence to keep you from being in this situation again.
And I'd reach out to Ms. Banks, like, in a timely manner, because they're conceivably, she has some discretion to do some things early on, like the farm use. I'm sure this thing's being farmed, and that would have saved a substantial amount of money.
Right.
And conceivably, if they could demonstrate to her that they're using it immediately for educational purposes or other purposes, then it could be a classification issue done in a timely manner. So that's the key, is just keep in touch with her earlier on. I know there's a lot of things moving, but then that would give her, and I appreciate her position, because she's got to follow whatever the rules is the auditors and the state tax office puts out, and we do too. So we're just in a box as far as that goes.
Well, and farm use is due on September 1. So don't forget to file that.
Yes, leave here and go there right away.
Yeah.
Or better yet, just follow her
I'm in the midst
to,
of doing
follow
that,
her to her
so,
office.
Well, I believe he's going for like total exemption.
I
Okay,
understand
okay.
that, but I mean, a
yeah.
secondary step
Okay.
or
But
backup
yes,
would
if you're
be,
buying something that could qualify for farm use,
Yeah.
get the owner to apply.
right.
Okay. All right, we don't need a motion if there's no motion to move forward. We don't need a motion to deny this either, I don't believe. Do we? We just move
Yeah, I
on.
think the status quo is the bill is out, so.
Yeah, so if there's no motion, I don't hear any, then we'll move on to the next agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next, I did jinx this a little bit. Behind schedule now, Tad. Agenda item number 13, Laura Kuhn.
Good afternoon. I'm here to request approval for the West Virginia
Courthouse Facilities Improvement Authority grant application. This, what I'm applying for is to add an additional holding cell to the St. Margaret's Judicial Center. This is a building that houses Magistrate Court and then Circuit Court on the 3rd floor. Currently, they have 2 holding cells for all court proceedings. That's Magistrate Court and Circuit Court, and that's at both courthouses, the old courthouse and the Judicial Center, the St. Margaret's Judicial Center. What I'm proposing is there's 2 additional cells in that building that aren't being used. They've been unusable. They are too small. They lack restroom facilities, sinks, drinking water. So what we plan to do is remove that center wall between those 2 cells and make one big cell. We're going to add the plumbing to include the stainless steel prison grade plumbing, a bench, and that would be able to hold more prisoners, because the problem runs into the current cells they have now, they can hold probably 4 adults each, but there's problems when you add in a juvenile, can't be housed with an adult. You have to separate men and women, and there could be opposing, people that could, in a court case that are housed and have to be housed separately. And then other accommodations for like any kind of special needs or anything like that has to be met as well. So this grant, the budget for it is $50,000. It's an 80-20 grant, meaning the county would have to pick up the $10,000. I do have that in my operating budget to cover the remaining $10,000 if this grant is approved. If there's any questions.
That was going to be my question. It's already in your budget. The 20% is in your budget. So it's this, you already said it in there. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
Somebody else have any questions?
What is the result if it doesn't happen? I mean, you talked about conflicting people that are fighting or children. So what?
Right now, like the court security personnel, they have to strategically move people around. So I imagine they would continue to have to do that, which creates problems because you have prisoners coming through the buildings and being moved around constantly in order to make sure they can fit them in those 2 spaces. So right now there's no plan, and if these grant funds are not approved, I know this is something the sheriff has requested, and also the court security personnel has constantly requested. We just don't have enough space. We could possibly, I could come before you as another budget item next budget cycle. Right now, it's not in my budget to do the full project.
Thank you.
No questions.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the grant application to the Courthouse Facilities Improvement Authority and authorize the president's signature on the application.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0.
Can I go ahead and get your
Yes,
signature
ma'am.
now?
Sign one. All right, thank you.
Nice work. Thank you.
I'll see everybody. Or just me. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 14. It's Jessica James, Deputy County Administrator.
Okay, the first item I actually have is for the service awards, and Commission President is currently signing those. And I actually need those back. I have a little list, but I don't have all of the names memorized. So if you don't mind, if we could start with number 2, that would be great.
Yes, that'd be fine.
Okay.
I'll do a stack up here. I'll keep signing while you're talking.
Okay. So this item, we have approval of promotion for Deputy County Administrator, and that will be Mr. Roger Goodwin. We're asking for his promotion from Director / Chief Deputy, Chief County Engineer to Deputy County Administrator, Director / Chief County Engineer.
So moved.
Yeah.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Second. All right.
Should we fill in some of the blanks on salary and so forth? to
Yeah,
make
the
that
motion's
clear.
No, I don't. It just says
I'll
no
just,
moved.
yeah. I move to approve the promotion of Roger Goodwin from Director, Chief County Engineer to Deputy County Administrator / Director / Chief County Engineer with an annual pay of $144,264.28, and to approve an external budget transfer of $11,665 from 401 County Commission to 440 Engineering to cover the cost of the promotion and associated benefits.
Repeating the second.
Yes,
Much
okay.
better. That was so much better. And who seconded that?
I'll be
We had three
Want to draw
seconds.
straws?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right,
I'll get this one, you get the.
Mr. Cook seconded. Any discussion?
Yes. Yeah. Ms. Benitez, could you tell us about how the deputy county administrator position fits into your broader vision for the executive governance of the county?
Absolutely. So we did a tabletop exercise for Homeland Security, and they were able to get a hold of me, but there are all kinds of incidents where they might not be able to get a hold of me. So who do they call next? And we don't have a who they call next. The deputy county administrator steps in when the county administrator is missing, but in the past, it's just been a replica. It's a person who does the same duty all the time. And what I need in such a small county is that they just step in. They don't take on the whole duty. And in doing this, it allows me to do my next priority, which is standing up an HR department. With a county of 320-ish employees and not having an HR department, it's really been at our detriment. So that should be finalized by the next step, and then able to do it at a cost savings to the county instead of it costing the county.
I think when you bring in a new county executive, a lot of times you'll hear, we got to hire this new person, we got to hire that new person, we got to staff up, increase my budget. I can't do my job unless you increase my budget. Ms. Benitez has done the opposite. She said, how can we fulfill these needs with the resources we have? I plan to support this.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I'd like to go back to the years of service
ma'am.
awards if we could, please. This is something you'll be seeing on the agenda regularly. We'd like to start to implement this. So we're just going to start with the first. I believe there's 5 here. I have received emails from other directors and people saying, oh, this employee's been here for X amount of years. I'd like to have them recognized. So I'm going to be working with them to make sure that everyone does get recognized so that we can do this from here on out. So first we have Joseph Foreman with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department of 15 years of service. Congratulations.
You're gonna get a picture here in a little.
I dressed up for that this time.
Yeah, I will.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna do them all.
Now we have Matthew Harper with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, 5 years of service. He's not here today, okay. Terry Weldon with the Jefferson County Department of Engineering, Planning and Zoning, 1 year of service. Okay.
He's fired.
You may have a solo picture after this.
William Smith, also with the Jefferson County Department of Engineering, Planning and Zoning, 1 year of service. We also have Lucas Kennedy with the Department of Fleet and Facilities, 1 year of service. I do know that he is not here today, but we'd like to recognize him still. And also Tina Branson with the Jefferson County Clerk's Office, 1 year of service.
Congratulations. You want us to stand right here? We're going to stand.
Okay.
Everybody looking at this one? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Newspaper.
I can't promise that I'll publish it all. One more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. You made it a year. Great.
Okay, moving along, item number 3. We are requesting an employee status change from part-time to full-time for the Department of IT/GIS. This is for Tyler Amick. Tyler has worked with the Information Technology Department since 2019. He's demonstrated the ability to perform all the functions related to the IT support help desk technician level 2 requirements and has been a tremendous asset to the department. Mr. Amick was most recently awarded recognition by the County Commission for his dedication to excellent constituent relations due to his help coordinating and managing the audiovisual operations for last month's Shepherdstown Community Town Hall on solar development. Tyler has shown an outstanding level of performance and growth in his role with the Jefferson County ID Department and is a very valuable resource for the county. We are asking that he be approved as a full-time 80-hour IT support help desk technician level 2 at a salary of $47,500 effective August 1st, 2024.
Since I did the town hall, I would love to be the honored to do this one. I move to approve the hire of Tyler Amick as a full-time 80-hour IT support help desk technician level 2 at a salary of $47,500 effective August 1st, 2024.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0.
Excellent, thank you. Item number 4, we are having a lateral employee transfer. Ms. Sarita Pitts, current administrative assistant with the County Commission office, will be transferring to a recent opening for office assistant with the Department of Fleet and Facilities Management. As this is a lateral transfer, Ms. Pitts will retain the same salary, leave, and benefits provided in her current position. And we are requesting the transfer at a salary of $41,529, should be 80 cents, I apologize, effective August 2nd, 2024.
80 cents?
Yes.
In 80 cents, okay, good deal. All right, I hate to see her leave, but she's done a great job in our office, but I'll move to approve the lateral transfer of Ms. Ryder Pitts from Administrative Assistant 2 to the County Commission Department to Office Assistant in the Fleet and Facilities Management Department at a salary of $41,529.80 effective August 2nd, 2024.
Second.
Any discussion?
Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to echo the sentiment. Hate to see you go, but it's a good position and I'm sure you'll do very well there, just as you have. It's been great getting to know you as I've been on the county commission for just a few months.
I'm gonna miss seeing you in the building. You make my heart smile every time I go in, so.
Yeah.
Yes, we're very happy that we still get to retain her, personality and skills and everything within the county.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to echo, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just want to echo Commissioner Cook, just a joy to see every time I'm here and every time I go in the office, I make sure I have a beeline and go and say hi to Saraya. She's a great person and I wish her all the best in her new position.
And I will guarantee I will get you information on my critters. So you can.
All right. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0.
Okay, number 5, approval to advertise. The administrative assistant position within the County Commission office has been reclassified and upgraded 1 grade from a 4 to a 5 to reflect additional duties, including finance and human resource support and grants management. This position would now be classified as a grade 5 80-hour job. 80-hour position. I was reading my parentheses. We're also requesting to advertise this for 3 weeks.
Okay. I'll move to I move to approve the reclassification and advertisement of the position of the Clerk of Administration, Finance, and Human Resources for the Office of the County Commission and it will be a grade 5, and that's to advertise for 3 weeks.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you again. Another approval to advertise, but this time for the zoning administrator position within the Department of Engineering, Planning and Zoning. Also a grade 5 80-hour position.
I move to approve the advertisement position zoning administrator for the Department of Engineering, Planning and Zoning as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
And finally, another approval to advertise, this time for the CAD administrator position with the Department of Emergency Communications. This is a grade 6 80-hour position.
Move to approve the advertisement of the position of the CAD administrator for the Department of Emergency Communications as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I have a couple signatures I need.
All right. Yeah, that's all right. No worries. And we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back and move on to agenda item number 15. Thank you. All right,
Wanna get over there in the corner?
hi, what we're gonna do right now, we're back. We're gonna take a quick picture with a employee we recognized at our last meeting. It wasn't here, but we want to get a quick picture. Now we're all here.
Really?
Yeah.
You just did that for me because I was away.
Oh, he was.
It was like the first grade spelling bee.
All right. Thank
All right, jump in really quick. That was an award for professionalism.
Yeah.
For Bessie.
Mhm.
We actually awarded it at the last meeting because she was not in attendance. We want to take a photo now, but this is something new that we're doing to recognize exceptional performance by our employees. And for those of you who don't know, Bessie stepped in and performed with excellence and carried us through a budget season that was extremely difficult. And the burden on her personally was way more than she should have been tasked with. And yet she worked weekends, she worked nights, and she saved this county millions of dollars by getting us to a balanced budget on time and meeting our legal requirements. It was a Herculean effort, and I'm so glad that she's been given this award, and it's hopefully it sets a extremely high standard for the rest of our county staff to try and match moving forward.
Yeah, I just want to agree with your remarks. And, you know, I know it was a marathon and it wasn't fun. It was just a lot to figure out, and she did it, and really, you know, made it possible for us to come up with a balanced budget during the timeline.
Yes.
So, deeply appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Bessie. All right, we're going to move on to item number 15, old business. This is consideration of ordering and creating the county commission of Jefferson County Redevelopment District Number 1, Hilltop House Hotel. I'll turn it over to you, ma'am. If you want to, as you know, we have a few. I think you have your counsel online as well, too.
Yes, John, are you with us? John Stump from Steptoe. He is our tax incentive legal counsel.
And you're currently self-muted, John.
Well, that's, how do I undo that? Can you all hear me?
Now we can hear
Yes.
you.
you.
Oh,
Yes.
good, good. Self-muted. There's lots of people that would like for me to be self-muted.
Well, Mr. Stump, I want to remind you that Ms. Laurel, and I'm not going to say your last name because it's
Zemansky.
Zemansky, said that only 10 minutes. So that means that you're going to have to cut your language, your dialogue back.
We'll self-mute. No.
So I just want to thank you for having us back. This is a very important milestone for us. We've been working together with the commission for at least 2 years on 2 different tax incentive financing programs. The first one is an excise tax incentive, and that is solely from the taxes that go to the state. It does not affect any county or municipality tax. And the second tax incentive is called a property TIF, property tax increment financing. And that only affects the tax, part of the tax that is produced by the building and operation of the hotel. So it doesn't take anything away from what the state, county, or the municipality is currently getting. So it's a portion of a different increment in the property value that goes up as we pour money in towards our goal of $150 million investment. So we've gone through developing applications, coming and briefing you on presentations on these incentives. You've approved the applications. They've gone to the state. The state has approved them. The excise incentive was approved on the condition that the TIF, the property TIF would also be approved. So they are dependent on one another. So today we ask for your vote on the order to create these two different tax districts. John, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think you summarized the situation very well. There are two motions. There's or two different orders. One creates the real property tax or tax increment financing district. The other order creates the sales tax or the economic opportunity development district, commonly known as a sales tax TIF. As Laurel said, the sales tax TIF redirects the sales tax that the state would collect from the TIF from the district towards improvements within the district. The real property TIF redirects the incremental property taxes from the growth within the district to, again, the development of improvements within the district. And I think it's important to note here that the total size of the district is limited to only the area that comprises the hotel, the Hilltop House Hotel. So while the TIF districts are being created, no properties of any other individual are included within the TIF. This is solely for the hotel and the financing that we will be asking the county commission to approve following the hopeful entry of these orders will also be solely at the risk of the hotel and the developers.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I had one question.
Sure.
This has been answered in advance in writing from our assessorman Banks, but I did want to ask at the meeting, if you don't mind. Could you summarize the letter that you provided in advance and just in response to this question, how does this affect the individual taxpayer residing in Jefferson County?
It's not.
Okay.
Would you go ahead? Thank you.
Yes, just so the recording sounds better that way.
It will not affect individual taxpayers. The TIF district is all owned by the Hilltop House. Their parcels will go up in incremental values. They will continue to pay the base value that they've been paying, and that will go to, where it always has gone, City of Harpers Ferry and Jefferson County Commission. But their increment values, that money they pay, except for the excess levy and bonds, the other money that they pay goes into their TIF account that will pay the bonds. Am I saying that correctly? So it will not affect other property owners because they aren't actually in the TIF district. The 28 parcels in the TIF district is only owned by the Hilltop House. It will not affect other people's taxes, property taxes. Does that answer it?
Yes, yes, it does. Okay. If there aren't any.
And I checked with a tax consultant too.
Okay.
That I've known for like 40 years, that's in Charleston. And I talked to him about it also, just to make sure I understood it correctly. Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
I have a lot of points for discussion, but if it's all right with the commission, I'll start us off with the motion and we can have discussion under the motion. Okay. I move to adopt and enter the order creating the County Commission of Jefferson County Redevelopment District Number 1 Hilltop House Hotel and approving project plan number 1. And I further move to adopt and enter the order creating the Hilltop House Hotel Economic Opportunity Development District.
Second. All right, any discussion?
I can start us
Sure,
off.
go
I'm
ahead.
sure there's a lot. The two aspects, we've talked about this already, but the two aspects of this that I'm really interested in though, for public benefit, are the parking garage and the water infrastructure. I understand that the water infrastructure is underneath the district, but when you bring a hotel of this size as a rate to the system, that's going to help other ratepayers. So that's something that I think is a public benefit. And the parking garage is a very obvious public benefit because people can use the garage. These two aspects of the project, they may not happen if there's no TIF. That's my understanding of how it works. So I look at the TIF as a way to ensure that those two aspects of the project
will be included. There's been I think 15-year, let's call it an effort, that's a euphemism, in the Corporation of Harpers Ferry on this project. A lot of negativity, a lot of positivity, sometimes 50-50, flipped back and forth. I'm a neighbor to a lot of those folks who have been in, sometimes an acrimonious discussion. And at this moment, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's been involved. First, our investor, but also public officials in the Corporation of Harpers Ferry, both past and present. Not just the ones who are fully supportive right now, but also the ones who had a lot of criticism over the years. You made this a better project, and that's why we are here today. I do want to say thank you to everybody who participated. It takes time out of your day. It's difficult, and from personal experience, I can tell you in the town of Harpers Ferry, it's been personally difficult, and people have made those sacrifices for public service to get us to where we are today. I want to thank everybody who participated in that. One question I have for you, ma'am. A neighbor of mine has made the point a few times, wouldn't it be nice if you could hire some West Virginia workers on this project? Can you speak to that? That's come up a lot at the county level. There's no requirement to do that, but if you could speak to that issue.
Sure. When we use TIF money, as we are in developing the public infrastructure, which you named, the utilities, the parking garage, sidewalks, streets, and the overlooks, everything the public is going to use, they need to there's a requirement by the state to put that on a public bid to local contractors. So we will follow the state's public process to bid that infrastructure work. And, hopefully we get a lot of good local contractors helping us out.
Right. And I don't want to influence that at all, but I'll just say that it sure would be nice if we could hire some West
Sure.
Virginia workers on that.
I agree.
I like to just say thank you for sticking around for the last 15 plus years and staying positive with this project. It's going to be a great project for the town of Harpers Ferry. It's going to create a lot of tax dollars and a lot of revenues down in that part of the county. And thank you. This a TIF district, having a TIF is just a tool and a toolbox to spur economic development. And certainly the old Hilltop house was in such disrepair, there was no way to really pull that property back to its original state. And obviously it needs to be completely revamped and removed and built a new hotel. There are over 50 plus TIF districts in the state of West Virginia that participate in this type of a TIF discussion, and they have TIFs. This is, to my understanding, the first TIF in Jefferson County.
Yes.
And I'm very happy to support that in economic development and tourism in Jefferson County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Well, I actually remember being at the original Hilltop house, and it was, its own unique identity, but I'm glad to see a resurrection of that site. And I think it will be very beneficial to the county and more people can enjoy. So thank you for sticking through this long process.
Well, thank you for your support. That's kind.
My points are going to be very elementary compared to the eloquence that they spoke. One is that there's a lot of concern about tax incentives to corporations coming in the area, especially when we had the pilot discussion in TIFs. And so I understand that. In the one area, when the pilot was in discussion, there was nothing with that land. In this situation, there's already a structure there that's already in disrepair and decaying. And it sounds like that you're coming in to provide a renaissance for it, right? To revive it into it. And not only that, by using a taxable or tax system that doesn't reduce your burden, but it also puts it back into the infrastructure of Harpers Ferry to be able to sustain that, right? And you're building the overlooks and you're building the parking garage, which everybody understands that parking is very premium in Harpers Ferry. So thank you for that. I can applaud you for that focus. My concerns that, as I shared with you and Mr. Stump before, is, one of the areas that we talked about is the Homestead and Greenbrier, the outlying communities that tend to die when you bring in an Omni Resort or some kind of hotel into that, because people will tend to go to the hotel and gravitate toward that and not the local communities. I've not heard anything from anybody from Harpers Ferry that said that would be a concern of theirs from the business perspective. So I asked you, have you invited them into your investment group so that they have an opportunity to be a part of this in the infrastructure of that? So I'm going to leave that with a question, and I'll follow on with the final statement.
Well, I have been working closely with the merchants of Harpers Ferry. A lot of them have become very good friends of mine. A lot of them were working and had their businesses established when the Hilltop was still operating. The Hilltop did cease operations in 2008 because of a potential collapse, which did happen about a year later. And so these merchants have told me about the change in their consumer base, and how they've been struggling. They've been taking loans. They've been, working different hours and, taking more of the hours upon themselves. So we are working very closely with the merchants. And we are, I would say, probably about 100% support of the merchants are of the Hilltop coming back. So as far as inviting them to make their investment, I believe, is really in their own businesses and them to, strategically position themselves for the coming back of the Hilltop. And we all, me and the owners of the Hilltop, we all want to see these businesses thrive with the new Hilltop.
Thank you.
You're
The other concern I had was the demand on the infrastructure. And I think when we met, you reminded me that the Hilltop was already there. It already had all that demand prior. And then Commissioner Maji's point about how having them as a consumer for the water actually helps the other customers there. So this, if nothing was done, it would be degrading and continue to decay and could go down that unless somebody else came in to do this project. So I applaud you for doing that.
Thank you. And it is a passion project for the owners. They're planning on making it look like it did in 1913 and inside and out. And they've poured a lot of their, their ideas and their soul into this project. So I'm sure they appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions or statements or anything? All right, I'm gonna call for the vote. All in favor of the motion to adopt and enter the order of creating the County Commission Jefferson County Redevelopment District Number 1 Hilltop House Hotel and approving the project plan number 1 and to adopt and to enter in an order of creating the Hilltop House Hotel Opportunity Development District, all signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move on to new business. Number 16, resolution to support the West Virginia Voluntary Farmland Protection. And that's Commissioner Tad.
Yes, we're making an effort through the West Virginia Association of Farmland Protection Boards. There's lots of other boards out there. We just want to be proactive and have resolutions from all our counties that they're in support of the Protection Act. And, it has done some, we have here in Jefferson County have been able to do some amazing, I think, placing easements on land here. And we're sort of the breadbasket of West Virginia as far as tillable acres. And of course, I'm a farmer, so that's where my heart is. And I just, this resolution is just showing your support for the Farmland Protection Board.
I support this 100%. If you want to move the motion, I'll be happy to second.
Okay.
Since you're on the board, I'll give you the honor.
Yes, well, thank you. And I'm president my last year, so anyway.
Yes.
Motion to approve the resolution in support of the West Virginia Voluntary Farmland Protection Act by the Jefferson County Commission.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0.
And if I may add, just for the public, since this legislation was passed and Jefferson County created one of the first farmland protection boards, there's over 44,000 acres in the whole state that have been protected. And in Jefferson County, our board started in 2002, 56 farms with 6,846 acres. So,
Thank you for that. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 17, discussion of possible solution for overcrowding and trash issues on the Shenandoah River by Blooming Road and Millville Road. This is Commissioner Tabb's agenda. Obviously, I think we all received this email from some concerned citizens, and we had some folks speak up today in public comment. So,
right. Well, and I don't know what the answer is. I know it's going to take resources of some sort to at least enforce a no parking. I'm concerned about the riparian area to the river and, just protecting that.
And Commissioner Tabb, could you step back and let the public know what the email we received was?
I'm sorry.
I know it's included, but for those that maybe
Yes.
haven't gone through the packet.
I received an email from Catherine Kimmerling, I'm not saying the names quite correctly, and Roberto Obong, is that correct? It's very lengthy email, but it's talking about the overcrowding and perhaps misuse of some of the property along the Shenandoah River by Bloomery and the Millville roads. I've seen that a couple of times myself when my husband and I would go on motorcycle rides. But it is a concern, and my biggest issue is, making sure the river stays in the best shape it can be in. We know we've got pollution coming from all different sources, but we don't need people trashing the riverbanks and perhaps, abusing those areas. And there are no parking signs for a lot of it that are greatly ignored. And I don't know how we can attack the trash issue. I mean, people are pitching, you all saw the videos, pitching their tents and, spending the weekend and leaving trash behind. So.
Well, and I don't want to sound like we don't welcome tourists here. We certainly do welcome tourists here. Tourism is a big part of Jefferson County and Jefferson County and the municipalities, but we don't welcome people to Jefferson County that disrespect our land. And these people have went along the rivers, and I've seen the videos. Of course, I've drove down there, and it is pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's disgraceful what they leave behind. It's like, when you go into a national park, you pack in, you pack out.
Mhm.
They pack in and they leave a lot of things behind.
Yeah.
I don't know what the solution is. I mean, I know maybe we put it, I'm just going to throw out an idea. Maybe we put a committee together. There's a lot of people who are concerned about this. Our rafting companies are concerned. They're putting people on the river and can't even get by on the road with their buses, and when they swing out at the dam, their buses are sometimes swinging and damaging vehicles that aren't parked correctly. So I don't know what all the answers are, but maybe we could put those people together and get some our professionals together, maybe a sheriff's deputy. Maybe we can grab somebody from the Department of Highways, because there's certain things we can and can't do.
Yeah.
And obviously, if we're going to put signs on the highway, that's all the discretion of the Department of Highways. That's not something we can recommend it, but it's up to the Department of Highways to put a sign up. But I'm open for any ideas and suggestions, and maybe we have a limit on the camping lots that we lease out by the Parks and Rec. I don't know. maybe.
Well,
Parks and-
I think the problem is they're camping where there are no camping lots. You
Yeah.
know, they're just
Yeah.
on the river's edge, so.
There's a gentleman in the back of the room, I think he goes River and Trail.
I'm with River and Trail.
Do y'all mind if he said so?
And John is here as well.
Would you come up to the microphones, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you want to,
And while they're coming up, just to let you know, I've called the sheriff's office to talk about this, and they say that DNR is the body that owns the land, so I have a call into DNR.
Okay.
Through the governor's office to find out what they're doing to manage trash and people parking.
And from an earlier conversation that we've had, the county itself owns no roads.
no.
No.
And your comment earlier about the tires on the road, so we can't enforce that. And if DNR owns the land, really, this whole thing is outside of our jurisdiction.
So in talking to the sheriff's office, we can cite people for littering if we see it. But the issue is they have a whole county to cover and limited staff, and to consistently be down there to cite people for littering all
Yeah.
weekend long, that's
hard to do.
Mr. Chairman, I did a ride-along with the sheriff's office, and this was identified as one of the top priorities for the reason that County Administrator Benitez just said. If we're going to enforce the law, then we're going to have all of our staff in
Right.
one stretch of road every weekend, all day long.
Yeah, I know.
Not sustainable. Right? I agree, we're not going to be able to come up with all the solutions right now. I certainly want to hear what you gentlemen have to say, but one thing that we definitely need to do is back the blue and hire up at the sheriff's office. And thank goodness that he's working on that, but it's incredibly difficult because of the challenges that we have nationwide recruiting people into these positions. We still have vacancies, and those vacancies have to be filled, and I support that 100%. I just want to make that point before we get into the specifics of this area.
If you have anything that you'd like to add,
Yeah,
please. Go.
my name is Justin Spielman. I'm part of the management team at River and Trail. And we own property just down river from there. And we do a lot of cleanup, up that area, but it's almost impossible for us to keep up, as a partner of the community. A lot of the problem is it's private land. Two different companies, maybe three different companies. You have the quarry and the power company. The quarry was approached about putting some no trespassing signs up. They did, but again, that's part of a staffing issue. They can't sit down there and watch their property. Law enforcement, I'm told that there's usually only 4 officers on any given Saturday in the county, and I've seen 3 of them down there, policing the area. So it's going to take a lot of effort from a lot of different people, I think, to solve this problem. And I don't think there's any one solution that's definitely going to fix this. And there is no camping in that area. Those people just ignore the rules and tend to camp. And as you guys said, this is a tourism community. We want to welcome everybody in. They hopefully are bringing tax dollars in. But, what we're seeing is a lot of trash, and it's extremely hard to control. Last Saturday, we witnessed a camper dumping their wastewater tanks on quarry property, and there were some pictures that were taken of that. We meet, John, you can actually maybe help me out with this one. We meet twice a year with the DNR and
the hydroelectric dam folks, they get together with us. And I know that they have a requirement to have their areas open to the public. And so I don't think that there should be any effort to change that. I mean, that's a federal regulation. But I think where the county may have some jurisdiction and change, and Commissioner Tab mentioned about the riparian buffer, that's an important consideration. I hadn't thought about that side of it as well. But, so maybe, we have designated areas, and if you can't, I don't know, is it possible to put no parking signs on the road and not allow parking at all other than the designated areas? and can it be enforced?
Right,
So
that's-
there's almost no reason to put no parking signs if you're not going to enforce it. I mean, I mentioned also the Bass Rock area on 340. That's the same situation. You can't see it as much because they're all down the hill. It's just as much of a problem.
And I know some of the frustration from the officers that I've spoke with, I guess part of the road has no parking, period. And then that end of the road has no parking on the pavement. So the new signs, they put them all up at once, but one end has no parking, the other end has, no parking on the pavement. And it's actually starting to spread toward Moulton Park. I see more and more people gravitating also to Moulton Park. So the issue is not just in that one spot, it's actually starting to spread quite a bit.
I should also point out, I pointed out earlier, I have seen, and maybe Justin's there more, I've seen improvement in the last month or so with the effort to better enforce.
I think there's a little bit more presence through the law enforcement and maybe a little bit more quicker response because it is a known problem. However, they're very limited on what they can do because of the private property that's around it. And the signage that's there. The signage really, and I don't know the laws on that, if it can be changed, or that is very helpful to change that. But it definitely, we have a lot of issues with, getting our vehicles in and out, and we're, commercial vehicles are held to a bit of a different standard as well, down there. So they're supposed to follow the laws of little vehicles, but they take up so much space that they need quite a bit more to turn into that lot.
And you also said something about you saw a recreational vehicle or camping vehicle dump its wastewater.
Yes.
It's Blackwater. How big was that? And are there those type of vehicles exceeding the limitations quite a bit?
That was on quarry property. I've only seen one RV like that and witnessed them dumping there. So I would imagine that RVs, I guess they vary probably from about 30 gallons to 50 gallons of waste. But also that area doesn't have public restrooms other than porta johns.
Right.
So I see people, what I'm assuming, going across the wood, across the road into the wood line. I think that's Cattail Run there. So there are probably people using the restroom in that area as well. And also creating, pollutants into the river, I would imagine. Because I can't imagine why they're disappearing off, whether, and, having their picnics or whatever.
Mr. President, I think your idea to form some kind of committee to do something about this is on point. And I think you need to bring in some of the experts that are in that area, as well as those that represent DNR or whomever else that operates that area as part of that committee. I think we need to do that, and it probably needs to be done sooner than rather.
Well, and if we can get somebody from DNR, I know, like most state agencies, they are, well, that's not quite state, but, they're short manpower. So, but we need to know what could be enforceable and so forth to protect the river. So that's where I'm at.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, I'll take a stab at a motion and to put together a committee, a volunteer committee. So I'll move a motion to put together a volunteer committee with stakeholders. I'll ask that Director Benitez manages this committee, and maybe I'm gonna load you up with some work here. Reach out to stakeholders, including DNR, the Department of Highways, the Sheriff's Department, and stakeholders. That's gonna be a broad, that's very broad, meaning your commercial rafting companies, and also the Parks and Rec, because and conservationist organizations.
Mhm.
And and then after you can establish this committee, they can come back with any recommendations and we can write letters to DNR. Obviously, we don't have any authority there, but we can make recommendations to them. We can make recommendations to the Department of Highways for additional signage or whatever we need to do. Okay, that's a long-winded.
Can you repeat all that?
You want to restate that?
I will second that motion.
Take the bull by the horns.
May I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Could we look at it as County Administrator Benitez or her designee?
Yes,
I think
yes.
if
Yes,
it's structured this way, she has to make every phone call.
Yes,
Right.
yes, or it does. Yes, absolutely. I'll do that.
Yes.
All right. We have a motion, a long-winded motion, and a second to try to address this issue. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Thanks for sticking around. You've been here for a while. It's a long meeting.
Yes.
All right, we're moving on to agenda item number 18, resolution expressing the condemnation of political violence. I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Manche.
Sure. I'll read it first. Expressing condemnation of political violence and denouncing the attempted assassination of former President Donald J. Trump, August 1st, 2024. Whereas political violence undermines the democratic principles upon which our nation is founded, threatening the safety and security of all citizens. Whereas the recent attack on the former President of the United States is a reprehensible act that violates the rule of law, a cornerstone of American democracy. Whereas Corey Comparator, who was a respected community leader who dedicated years of service to the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Department of Sarver, Pennsylvania, and served his country as a veteran of the United States Army Reserves, who died a hero, protecting his family, shielding his wife and daughter from danger. Whereas such acts of violence serve to incite fear, division, and instability within our society, detracting from constructive political discourse and the pursuit of common goals. Whereas it is the responsibility of all elected officials, political leaders, and citizens to promote a culture of respect, tolerance, and nonviolence in political engagements and public discourse. Whereas the condemnation of political violence in all its forms is essential to safeguarding the integrity of our democratic institutions and ensuring the safety of public servants and private citizens alike. Whereas the attack on the former president represents not only an attack on an individual, but also an assault on the democratic values that unite our nation. Whereas it is imperative that justice is pursued for those responsible for acts of political violence, and that appropriate measures are taken to prevent future occurrences. Whereas the strength of our democracy depends on our commitment to resolve differences through peaceful means and to uphold the rule of law. Therefore, be it resolved that the Jefferson County Commission, 1, mourns the loss of Corey Comparator, a husband, father, volunteer firefighter, community leader, and hero from Sarver, Pennsylvania, and commemorates and celebrates the selfless and courageous life of Corey Comparator. 2, calls on West Virginia elected officials to A, condemn the attempted assassination of former President Donald J. Trump, and B, condemn political violence in all its forms. 3, recognizes this attack as an assault not only on the former president, but also on American democracy. And 4, recognizes that all elected officials, political leaders, and citizens have the freedom for spirited debate and to honorably and respectfully showcase differences in opinion, and have the responsibility to always put country over political affiliation and serve the people of West Virginia.
Anything else?
I'll provide a comment.
Sure, go ahead.
On July 13th, an assassin tried to murder President Trump at a political rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The assassin's bullet struck President Trump in the ear and came within millimeters of ending his life. President Trump turned his head at the right moment, and by the grace of God, he survived. Tragically, firefighter Corey Comparator was not so fortunate. In a heroic act, he shielded his wife and daughter from danger. The assassin's bullet struck him fatally. He lived a hero and he died a hero. He should be honored and remembered by political leaders across America. I hope this resolution does our part as fellow Americans in Jefferson County. As we honor Mr. Comparator, we must also condemn the extremist assassin, whom I will not name, for his attempt to murder President Trump. Make no mistake about it, this was an attempt not just to silence President Trump, but to stop democracy and to disenfranchise the millions of Americans who support the Trump campaign. It was an attempt to intimidate political opponents into submission. By the grace of God, it failed. This assassination attempt did not happen in a vacuum. Leading up to the assassination attempt, far-left extremists have repeatedly and continuously accused President Trump of being a dictator or a puppet of a dictator regime in Russia. Far-left extremists have repeated for years these two words: dictator, puppet, dictator, puppet. Far-left activists and irresponsible journalists have stoked the fears of the American public. With public discourse at an all-time low, it is unsurprising that an extremist chose violence. Extremists have been using violent rhetoric about President Trump for years. Unfortunately, this is not just a national problem. It's also a local problem right here in Jefferson County. Commissioners are regularly described as a dictator or a puppet by far-left political extremists posing as conservatives. These extremists are led by a notorious bigot and convicted domestic abuser, whom I will also not name. They use the same language as the extreme left does against Republicans while posing as a member of the Republican Party, but using tactics of far left extremists. They stage college campus style protests and walkouts. They use extreme rhetoric and rancor against anyone who disagrees with them. And they silence political opponents, whether it's blocking Republicans on Facebook or hosting a town hall meeting on solar in Jefferson County and kicking out a sitting elected Republican delegate who disagrees with them. These are far left extremist tactics being used by Republicans in name only. There is nothing conservative about people who engage in political extremism. What do we do about it? Before July 13th, most Republicans said, ignore them. But I saw something on July 13th that was truly inspiring. When President Trump was struck down by an assassin's bullet, he leapt to his feet and he called on good, decent people everywhere to fight, fight, fight against political extremism and violence. The iconic photo of President Trump standing in defiance of extremism, calling on all of us to fight, covered in blood with the American flag waving in the background, is one of the most inspiring images in American history. This resolution takes a small step to fight against extremism, inspired by President Trump's courage and President Trump's call to action. I vow to fight the political extremists here at home in Jefferson County. Today's resolution is just the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. You might have any comments or anything you want to add?
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but especially after something so well said. You know, I did 20 years in the Army, and of that, I was in Special Forces when I went to Ranger School. I'm a trigger puller. I pulled at sight pictures of between 50 and 300 meters. A 150 meter target, I hit 100% of the time. It's an easy target. A lot of the news media would say millimeters from taking his life. Actually, he turned his head. Had he not turned his head, it was a kill. Because he turned his head to look at a monitor, he's alive today. I never celebrate death. I'll always celebrate justice, but never death. Death is not the answer for us to kill or to pull a trigger on somebody in anger. Now, I say that as a soldier, because when the government sends me to go do something, I do so because we have a constitution and we are fighting for our nation and its survival. Governments don't make ideologies, ideologies make governments. And a false or bad ideology will destroy us. And I'll end with this. I thank God he wasn't killed. I thank God when anybody is not killed. And my heart goes out to many of those victims that are killed by gun violence every day in Chicago, in DC, or wherever. The Second Amendment is there to protect the First. We have a lot of freedoms in this country. It's our job to protect it. But as a very last resort, do we ever pull a weapon? I'll end with that.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything?
Yes, I'm going to support this proclamation. I don't come at it at the same angle as perhaps Commissioner Majdi, but I certainly abhor any violence. And, you know, the cornerstone of this democracy is a peaceful transfer of power. And to have that transfer of power, you know, we have an election, we have debates, we have different opinions, and people are welcome to that. And we want them to participate in the political process, expressing ideas, not pulling guns to solve the problem. So, you know, I will support this. I don't agree with all of the comments offered in support of it, but, you know, violence isn't the answer. If we can't talk to one another, even when we vehemently oppose someone else's ideas, we've got to do better. And so I am going to support this for the condemnation of political violence.
Yeah, not going to repeat some of the other stuff that's been said, but in a nutshell, I 100% support this resolution.
Okay, and I too as well support it. I mean, political rhetoric doesn't have a place in this county, this state, or this or anywhere for that matter. One thing that people need to understand is there's a left wing and there's a right wing, but we are all still feathers of the same bird. And we, you know, no matter how these elections turn out, you know, moving forward, this is a big election year, we're going to be fine. You know, this communication is the key. And we just need to communicate with anybody who agrees, disagrees with us, and not take it to the far extreme sides of the rhetoric that we see on a daily basis. I certainly do support this resolution, and I'll be happy to vote for it.
Yes. Move to adopt the resolution as submitted.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, we're going to move on to number 19, and that is our county administrator.
I just gave Pasha a look. Why do I have to follow that? Heavy topic. Okay, so impact fee workshop, we were looking at August 8th, but we need a little bit more time to work with the consultant. So that one's going to be delayed. Then the next is the fire service RFP that was published. It's on the website. I list a variety of consulting groups that I reached out to. I may not know all of them. So if you know of other consulting groups that have experience in fire and emergency service planning, please send them my way. You can also send them the RFP. I've already received 2 emails of interest and 1 response to this. Okay. Then the letter regarding individual tax liability and TIFs that was discussed earlier. So thank you, Ms. Banks, for sending that along. Just to recap the last meeting, Commissioner Majdi asked for a letter. I asked Assessor Banks to send me what the individual tax liability would be, and it's none. And she's included that in a letter, and it's in the packet, and you discussed it earlier. The final is the opioid settlement funds, and I want to do a quick overview of what those funds are and where we are in the process, because I know we have new commissioners in the public also listening. So the county received a opioid settlement of a little under 1.2 million. We were represented by an outside firm, not this legal counsel, and they came to present to us at an opioid workshop along with the sheriff's office And the health department and the public was also encouraged and did participate significantly in that workshop on what the opioid issue is and what are the possible uses for these funds. We decided that we wanted additional information before moving forward with how to use those roughly $1.2 million in opioid settlement funds. I think Commissioner Tabb especially was interested in not seeing a dip in opioid use over the short term, only to see those rates then skyrocket over the long term. Is there some way that we would be able to use those funds in collaboration with other entities that are doing similar work so that it's more than 1.2 million that's addressing any one particular issue? But Commissioner Tabb, if I've misspoke.
No, you're fine.
Okay. So we then, in waiting for that, the big guide in how to use those funds would be the West Virginia First Foundation, which received the biggest chunk of opioid settlement funds, and then our regional breakdown of that West Virginia First Foundation, which is Region 2. So the state is setting up, and they are not setting up as quickly as I had anticipated, and then Region 2 is following within that direction. So when I presented to you before, I said, use the assessment that Region 2 is coming out with to guide how you should use these settlement funds. Region 2 is still quite a long way from even starting the assessment. And during this time, we put that $1.2 million into a CD type fund. So something like a certificate of deposit that many of us know from our home use. If you're putting more than $250,000 into a CD, you have to put it into a slightly different instrument. It's called a CDARS. It disperses liability among many institutions. So we put it in there to change our return on investment from roughly $4,000 over 6 months to about $30,000 over that same time period. That CDARS will expire on the 29th of August. So at or before the April 15th meeting, we'll need to give an idea of, we need to tell BCT what we want to do with those funds. Do we need to have it in an interest-bearing account? Is that a money market account or a checking account that bears interest at that lower rate? Or do we reinvest it in a CDARS? They will match the same rate that we have now for 6 months, but not longer. There's an anticipation that rates may change in the near future. So roughly 30,000 now, we could do an additional 30,000 later. And there was discussion about what we do still with those funds. So we'd of course allocate those funds, going through a process similar to what we've done with ARPA funds in the past, where we put together an application, people fill out an application and we use those funds. If there is greater desire to use those funds over a longer term than just the 1.2 million, you may want to do something different. You could reinvest those funds for 90 days or 182 days. 182 is what we were with in a CDARS, or you could do a combination of those. One item that I did want to bring to your consideration is we have funded a social services coordinator through ARPA funding, and that funding expires with collaboration with Charlestown at the end of fiscal year 25. We could do something to fund that position in perpetuity. We could continue to reinvest that principal, and then any revenues could be used to fund that position. So I've talked to Charlestown to say if we reinvested 100% of principal plus 20% of revenues every time, and then left only 80% of revenues, that would leave us at our current rate at $48,000 a year. Could they cover the difference? And they're working through that now internally. They think they can do that. So in this way, at no impact to the taxpayer, we're able to fund the social services coordinator that works on issues about housing, opioid use, workforce issues in perpetuity. Might be an option, but something for you to think about, especially by the next meeting. You'll need to let me know what we do. Do we continue to Do we put it in a interest account that's just a checking account or a money market account? Or do we continue with the CDAR? Or are you ready to disperse?
And I know we received up almost to $1.2 million now. We are planning on receiving additional monies, correct? Do you know when we will receive those and how much they will be?
I don't know.
Okay.
And that's a question for our attorney.
Okay.
But we are at the expiration of the CDAR over 1.2, just barely over 1.2.
Okay.
And this is going to be acting like an endowed account. So you're thinking about like an endowment that funds this, like you said, in perpetuity for this position.
So one thing I'll bring up is something that Commissioner Tab often talks about, and we cannot bind one council, one commission cannot bind the next. So you can say this is our intention, and then during budget season, that commission will decide what to do with it. And because we are investing it in 6-month periods, it should be fine. But 2 years from now, maybe you don't want a social services coordinator and you want to invest it in the Boys and Girls Club. I don't know if the Boys and Girls Club would have to have a use approved under the settlement. But then we could decide whether that's the way to go then. But right now, if you were to look at funding the social services coordinator, it would not draw from principal. So you could fund the social services coordinator and still in the future decide what to do with principal.
Could you tell us about the activities and functions of the social services coordinator?
So she works out of Hunter House and out of JCCM. And her job is to hunt and assist all of the social services in the county with finding and applying for grants and then managing of those grants. So she works very closely with JCCM because they're one of the largest granting institutions here in the county, largest receiver of grants. And several of the things that she's working on right now are JCCM received 2 earmarks for the construction of the shelter that's near the casino, and then a family apartment that's over there as well. So when you're looking at opioid use, one of the things that the health department said is that the number of male-headed households in the county has grown by something like 500%. And when male-headed households can't have access to family shelters because men over 13 aren't able to access it. So now you have to find other sources of where they're going to shelter, and those end up being hotels or something like this where you have a family apartment. And that's supposed to be related to additional women using opioids, and that's why you have more male-headed households.
Have comments? Clearly, this is a fiscally prudent plan. I applaud you for that. One of the things I'm really interested in for spending priority for the opioid settlement fund is prevention programs. My understanding is that children 12 to 14 that's the age group where they're first exposed to fentanyl. And there are no billable hours, if you will, for prevention work. We have systems in place for dealing with people who are unfortunately already hooked, who are suffering through that. Obviously, we have the criminal justice system, and dealing with the problems after they happen. We know how to build that. We know how to pay for that. But and we have a economic system to support that. But we don't have something that pays for prevention. And to me, that seems like an important role for the government to fill in where other programs don't exist. And obviously, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We all know that saying. I don't know what the prevention programs would be that we would prioritize. I'm certainly not ready to recommend those now. You had asked the question, are you ready to move forward on August 15th? I don't know if we'd be ready to highlight certain programs we want to fund in a couple of weeks. But I do worry that a long-term commitment to this fund, which I, again, recognize as fiscally prudent and would support something that is effective and useful, the social services coordinator, would preclude the opportunity to, I'll use the word invest in prevention programs, which I think should be a focus. I don't see a motion or an action today, so so I'll just offer that as comment for something we, as a commission, should think about.
All right, thank you.
I have two questions and a comment. The question is, opioid addiction is throughout our West Virginia. What is Berkeley County doing with and how much did they receive? And I don't know if we know that information, but is there a possibility for some collaborative movement together? Because we do know that a lot comes through the I-81 corridor.
So that's the reason for the development of these regional sections of the West Virginia First Foundation, is that they'd be able to work together. And the executive director, or the person who was nominated to be the head of that is from Berkeley County. So I can reach out to find out what they are doing. But I think a lot of, from what I understand across the state, they're looking at kind of these small programs and what can I do here, or what can we do here to address these short-term needs. But then what will happen over the long term? And to follow up on yours, you could do a 90-day reinvestment, which would be 3 months. So if you needed
That might
some
be
more
preferable.
time,
That
you
would
could
be
do,
preferable for me.
you could do 90 days and it would be at the same rate that we have it at.
Probably figure out other options. My understanding, Dr. Cook, on that point, my understanding is Berkeley County has 50 staff working on issues like this, and we predominantly rely on the charitable institutions. So it's a totally different approach. And I think the folks in Berkeley County would say theirs is better. Yeah, serves the need better. So that we have a lot of work to do.
Thank you. And so the follow-up question, I'll have to come back to it because I just lost it.
I threw you off. Sorry, but no, that's my
No,
fault.
no, it's fine.
That's my fault.
No. Oh, yeah. So as somebody who works in nonprofits and grant funding, one of the huge concerns would be what you just said. We can't fund and restrict or tie the future commission's hands. So this sounds like it's not in perpetuity. This is only a limited time frame to fund this position. That means after 2 years, that position would go away.
So all of the positions are dependent on the commission approval. So you could decide you don't want a county administrator when you do the next budget, and then you wouldn't have a county administrator. You could decide, that we don't want to rent this room. So all of the contracts that we have to, and I'll turn to legal here to make sure I'm saying this correctly, but there always has to be an out, that whatever we decide now is not a decision that we would say for the next 5 years, we will fund this position. Unless we had changed our mind.
I think that's pretty accurate. That's one of my things. You probably want to, when you keep rolling this over, work with the bank and get it to expire the end of June. That way, in the fiscal year, it's nice. But you can't.
Mike.
With limited exceptions, you can't enter into a more than 1 year contract. Commissions can't enter into more than a 1 year contract. So we can have contracts that say, hey, we're going to have cable or internet or whatnot, but it has to have a clause that says we can cancel on 30 days notice. So otherwise, everything that's in the code means somebody tried to do it before, but you can't enter into a 20-year contract today because next commission might have a totally different desire to go somewhere and you're tying their hands. So that's all that you can.
And if I understand Ms. Benitez's point, the next commission can say to any one of these staffing positions, no longer funding it. So everybody's on a 1 year or year-to-year contract, so to speak.
Or I will, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we approve the budget every year.
Right.
And in February. And then obviously, whatever we decide to, or call it the priorities, like any political, what they're going to fund, what they're not going to fund. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And the only way to enter into like long-term contracts is is through a building authority or something that can take a mortgage out. It's obviously a 30, 20, 30 long time commitment, but then it's not the commission that's doing it. It's this separate entity for a long-term project. So, that's about the only way to really do anything that lasts more than a year.
I got to ask this question then. What about a TIF? Is that apples to oranges? Because we just committed commissions behind us.
Well, I think there are, I mean, every time the school board has a bond or whatever, those are long-term commitments, but it's the contracting part of it that you can't do. So I think those are permissible because they're more like a long-term financing agreement. So, I mean, I don't want to get too creative, but commissions can tie the hands of future commissions, but they only do it in certain ways.
Right.
So.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? All right, at the late hour of almost 2:30, if there's no, anything else needs to come for the commission, we are adjourned. If there are no objections, thank you.
I think I need to